just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were a part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamehers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamehers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games, I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So so it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing, and so there I was at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve. And I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the game Hers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game Hers Awards. And we had our first, it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Game Hers does. Video games has become the new media. When you look at live streaming, when you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? If you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? The video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Gamehers provides a place where women who play video games can connect, and that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures Group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am gonna stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos, because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Gamehers. That's TheGamehers on all socials, and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app, and it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people. Find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors, and a big partner. Also I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even, our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right? Where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. You know, there are different things that probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondoukou and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souq News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and invest. Dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazaar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Good morning. Thank you for making it a duty to be a part of the show today, the front burners on Souq News TV. I'm delighted to welcome you to today's edition of the show. I am Blessing Aichi, and I have my partners with me here, Dr. Dausa Osamanze, and of course, Priye Krumale. Good morning, sir.
Blessing, good morning. Priye, good morning.
Good morning to you, Blessing.
Good Nigeria.
Good morning to you, Doctor.
It is Thursday, you know what to say. Thursdays are throwback days, so I don't know what Doc would like to throw back on today. Perhaps you want to release a photo of yours 10 years ago. Maybe we just want to think back and to...
No, I used to remember when egg was sold for 30 naira.
I said
when
throwback.
egg, yes, a throwback. Egg was sold for 30 naira and a paint rubber of Gary for 700 naira. That's a throwback. I bought that in Ojodu Berger. I think that's a fantastic throwback.
I don't know why. I don't know why he went back.
And I remember when the minimum wage used to be 7 naira.
Wow.
7
Imagine
naira.
the throwbacks. James is
I don't
looking at both of you right now and wondering what's up with the older generation. Well, maybe we'll begin from Priye's throwback on insights into what made the headlines. So, first story this morning says Nigerians heave a sigh of relief as the prices of major staple food items dropped significantly in February 2025 after months of soaring prices. So, Priya, your throwback. It seems the market is working in line with Priya's throwback. The prices of major staple food in Lagos, after research conducted by a news agency, it's discovered that some of the prices have begun to decline. For instance, onions, which seem to be like at some point in December, I think even before December, maybe in November or early October, down to December and then January, especially after the Christmas, was becoming something that only the rich could afford. The prices of that have dropped, and prices of Gary, you said it used to be how much 10 years ago?
10 years ago. Price of Gary.
Yes.
I don't have the details, but I remember I used to buy Gary, but that's not even 10 years ago. I think it should be like maybe between 5 and 7 years ago.
Okay.
For 700 naira. The paint rubber of Gary.
Okay.
If that was sold for 700 naira.
I think the environment where we find ourselves, which is, of course, most things are seasonal. And it's a real deal here. When you're in season, you see good prices. When you're off season, you see prices skyrocket. And that's why it's quite important, why a lot of people emphasize why we must activate all the river basins so that they can actually be doing their work that the law has empowered them to do, so we can have around-the-clock farming so that prices can remain a little bit stable. The truth is, the law of demand and supply will always be true. The more supply of products you have, and of course, the likelihood that prices will be moderated if the demand is not exceeding the supply. But in this case, you find that during season, a whole lot is out there, and then farmers can discriminate. And then some people who get into arbitrage take some of these things and stock them away. And when they are off season, they bring it to the market and then make a kill of it. So I think these are the things that we have to address and see. The principle that we even saw with Joseph in Egypt, with Pharaoh, they call it the principle of the linear. We have to simply, as a nation, yield that counsel that there's always years and time of plenty, and of course, equal and proportionate time of lack. So what do? You use the time of plenty to balance up what happened in the lack. And that was what Egypt did. And they were able to escape famine. And I think those who work in the Ministry of Agriculture must also put this to heart so that we can actually synergize with other agencies of government and see how we can get irrigation working in Nigeria, how we can get people access to basic implements of farming that are not too like we used to do hoe and cutlass. Now a little, at least semi-mechanized farming to take away a lot of pressure so people can go to farm all through the year and then foods are in abundant supply in the country.
So, Priya, in order to have 7 years of plenty and also have that 7 years of plenty extend to the time of 7 years of famine, we understand that there is need for adequate storage and the food processing, so we could have some of those. What do we need to do now to ensure that happens?
Okay, maybe some time ago when we spoke about Naseni, how it came out to said it wants to, develop some form of technology to ensure that we have a 3 round of harvest within the year. Maybe we should start heeding to Naseni and give it all the support it required for them to achieve that purpose, for them to achieve that dream. I'll call it a dream because it's something that will require some form of capital-intensive investment. So we should pay attention to that. And if we can do that, just look at it. Some of the food prices experience as much as 20% decline in price. And the ones that experienced increase in price was due to their demand for industrial purposes, talking about tomato, that actually increased because the processing food manufacturing organizations will have to suck in some of the quantity that was produced by the farmers, and others will have to go to the market. So let's say those who are will eat it raw, share from, and the manufacturers equally share on both sides. So that balance makes it to be on the high side. However, the bag of onion, the bag of wheat, of gari, I saw the decrease, and if we are going to achieve that, to make it consistent, storage facilities. And when we talk about storage facilities, most times we want to think about the government. The government doesn't have to participate in all forms of business apart from providing the right environment, like providing adequate security for farmers up north and any other part of the country where farming is a big deal, most especially in Benue State. And as we speak in the moment, we still have some pockets of clashes between those who stay in the community and pastoralists in that side of town, and it's still having its own toll in agriculture. So we provide the needed environment, then private investors will see that the atmosphere is ripe for investment. That's when they can come in. And if it is on its own part, if it is capital intensive, because when these food crops, when they are out of season, and those who have gone into investment to make sure that they are stored properly for the rainy days, the price is going to shift. We all know that the price is going to shift when it's no longer abundantly available in the market. However, it should be a marginal increase that the consumer should be able to manage in order to stay consistent, to get access to this food.
What is the role of the cost of transportation in this? Because the farmers need to move their goods or move their produce from the farm to the markets, and it's not in every part of town that you find farmers markets. It's just maybe a few you will find in each city. But the cost of transportation has not really dropped. So does this show that the reason why the price of food increases is not really a transportation issue, but a matter of the supply that comes into the markets?
Well, I think there is multiple factors that determine what food price will actually be in the market. Apart from the fact that, of course, we talked about the season side of it, there's also the logistics side of it. You have bad roads, you have long distance travels, diesel prices are still on the roof for trucks that bear this food crop from the farm to the city. You're also thinking about labor costs, which is also increasing for the farmer. Somebody who has about 10 acres of land to farm can't do it all by himself, so he will need to employ labor. When we're growing up, you go to do labor, they give you 100 naira, you think you have made some big money. But if you go to the farm today now, where people farm in my village, at 10,000 by 8 o'clock, they're in the farm, by 11 they are back. And of course, the farmer had to factor this into the...
Sorry, they go to farm by 8 o'clock.
By 11
a.m., they're back.
They are back.
3 hours of work.
Oh, yeah.
And they earn 10,000
Oh, yes.
Wow.
So you find that these are real big-time issues for farmers too, because for them to be able to account for the cost of labor, they also have to factor it in, because through the season, from clearing, from dressing the land to harvesting, all of this labor is involved, and the farmer also try to put this as part of his cost. So these are all multiple factors that are affecting it. And then, of course, those go to do job for you in the farm. They tell you, well, cost of things are expensive, and they also factor the entire economic issues into the conversation. So that is what you see in the country. So when you add the cost of transportation, the cost of labor, and then, of course, the little margin that the farmers will make, you find that at the end of the year, they may not even make so much. And the people who really make the big deal is the ones who are retailing it in the city, who do little or no work, but they can actually get something off the farm. So that's why I'm actually advocating that we must emphasize how to mechanize farming in Nigeria and make it a little easier. That will also go a long way in reducing the cost of labor, because labor is actually the driver of cost. I've given this analysis severally on our show, when, of course, you see companies moving to areas where they can find cheap labor, because at the center of pricing is the cost of labor. But when Premon mentioned Naseni just now, because Naseni on his own should actually be focusing on creating, what is it called? Small tools, yeah, for farm. And I think that if that's the mandate they are pursuing, it would have been better off than the irrigation thing that they are talking about. But the emphasis is leaving what is important. Yes, irrigation is good, but we have over 12 river basins authority that is also empowered by law to actually carry out the irrigation process. So these are things that people can actually get into to see how we can really drive down the cost of food. But like people say, the reform of our own president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is beginning to record some positive gains, and we do hope that as investment get into the agricultural sector, and a lot is being done in that area to assist farmers, small farm holders, and even those who can farm on a commercial basis, we will see that more of these prices will drop, and it will be better for all of us.
Okay, but there are some food items that experienced a surge in price. Some of them include tomatoes. But we know that the issue of tomato scarcity, it's almost like it's a yearly thing. Aside the fact that it may not be harvest season, sometimes we hear of some pest and disease affecting the farms, and it results to high scarcity of tomatoes. And sometimes the traders have to complement by importing from neighboring countries. We have extension workers who are to provide services to farmers in helping them know what to do to arrest the issue of pest and disease, pest and disease control. And then there's also the Ministry of Agriculture that supports farmers with insecticide and some other things that they need to take care of their farm so that their crops are not affected by pests and diseases. But this happens, if not yearly, it's almost like a perennial problem.
Oh, yes. Talking about the Ministry of Agriculture and the role that it was supposed to play to ameliorate some of the challenges that farmers face. The thing is, the ministry should identify those who are real farmers. Because identification of those who are real farmers and from white paper farmers or admin farmers or political...
Please explain admin farmers.
Oh, okay. Admin farmers or political farmers are those who serve as intermediaries, who are middlemen, who do not have a farm, but they know people. They are affiliated to the real farmers. So by the time the government is doling out some form of incentives to support the farmers in order for them to harvest or protect their crops by way of providing manure or providing insecticide or probably even giving some other tools to work with. These admin farmers, they are the ones that you find lobbying for those largesse from the government, and they have access to those who are in the corridors of power. They get some form of advantage to get these things. So if the government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, can locate the real farmers and make sure that they get these manures straight from the government and use it. Because sometimes we've heard of stories where these admin farmers get some money back from the real farmers, then give it to them. Other times, some of these farmers or people who claim to be farmers, they keep it in their house. They go sell it back to the middleman, who on the other hand, take it back to some of the contractors that the government must have hired, sell it back to the government, then they lie to the government, then the government, pays back another money for another tranche of fertilizers for another season to be given back to the farmers. Then the same fertilizers, are round-tripped and brought back and given back to the farmers. So the government must put strategies and put mechanisms in place to look at issues like this. Now, one of the markets that this survey was conducted was the Mile 12 International Market, and the pivotal role that this market plays, not only in Nigeria, in fact, in West Africa, is monumental. Because when I've been to that market to cover reports and spoke to the executives of the market, and they tell you how vast West Africa, some of the products, some of the onion, that they can differentiate the onion that comes from Abuja, the one that comes from Kano State, the one that comes from Sokoto State, and their prices vary. And sometimes when people are coming from Cotonou, from Togo, and from some other African countries, just to come and purchase tomato, onion, or other staple product from the market, they are very, very specific that no, I want the one from Abuja. Others are requesting for the one from Kano. You could see that we have variety of this product, and just imagine if we can cover that market alone can be accessed by some other countries from the West African region. Imagine what we will do if we pump in money into our agriculture producing hubs in the northern part of the country, for them to be efficient, for them to be productive, and to give out more of these products that they are giving out now in, let's say, in higher than what we're experiencing now. Imagine what we would do.
You just brought the issue of markets. This survey was conducted in markets like Oyigbo markets, Mile 12 markets, Mushin markets. The disparity in prices from one market to another, sometimes the difference in price is so much that one is wondering why the much difference in price. So maybe what you will buy in Mile 12 markets, for instance, costing maybe 1,000 naira, you go to maybe Sabo markets in Yaba, or you go to Nero markets in VI, you find that the difference is much. It may be like a 500 naira difference. It could even be another 1,000 naira difference, like maybe sell for 2,000 naira. What really is the issue? Are there certain factors within markets, maybe like unionism and some other reasons that contributes to the difference in price from one market to the other?
I don't think it's much union, except that there's huge arbitrage in the system. Now, if you want to buy really cheap in my 12 market, you have to go as early as possible when the trucks are floating. You can buy directly from the truck, and it will be far cheaper. But once it gets to 8, 9, middlemen had already purchased what came from the farm. And now they are reselling to the public. And you find that people who come down from Oyingbo to come and buy, they are not buying directly from the truck. They are buying from a middleman who already bought from the truck and has put his own margin on top of it. And this guy gets to Oyingbo, get to Yaba, also have to put his own margin. So that's why you see the differences in prices. So there's a whole lot of arbitrage that's going on. So I buy from you, then I put a margin. He buys from me, he put a margin. Then of course, all these margins are passed on to the final consumer. So this is what is happening within the system. So there's huge arbitrage going on. And those who are even bringing it to the city, don't forget, they are not the actual farmer also. They are also middlemen who purchase between the farmer, and they also have put their margin. And that's why I said earlier on that really the farmer don't even get so much as those who are in the middle that are actually taking more of the profit. And yet the farmer who actually works so hard to ensure that these food are available, at the end of the day, really don't have anything to show for it. I grew up as a child to see my father farm. And those who are buying the produce from him build houses and bought vehicles, but he cannot build a house, he cannot buy a vehicle. Because the profit don't come to him, it's actually going to those middlemen who are trading these products.
Kudos to Lagos State government and governments of other states where there are farmers markets to ensure that the farmers themselves are able to sell directly to the public their produce. But it's not sufficient. What we have is not sufficient. And sometimes you find that the farmers markets are crowded. And it becomes very difficult for people to even...
It is so-called farmers market because that's not actually farmers. People go into the bush to go and bring that thing to where you call farmers market. So what you find is, even today, I get this feedback from home always. You see, the real farmer plant the cassava. The man who's harvesting is even a different person.
Because the farmers sometimes sell the farm.
Yes.
Why do they do that? Is it because they need money in a hurry?
Yeah, they need the money to solve problem, and also the middlemen are also on their neck, convincing them that, look, you are going to sell to me. And so this negotiation goes on from time to time. So the farmer had to sell even before maturity.
Yes.
So this happened. You see, plantain is just budding, and then of course somebody has paid for it.
Yes.
And they are waiting for it to
acres of land. They've paid for the acres.
So these are the kind of arbitrage that we find in the system. And people are making money from this, and of course they continue to push that development to ensure that they continue to benefit from what is coming from the produce. The farmer is actually in the farm, and those farm markets you see is that people who also go and take from the farm.
Those are middlemen as well.
Middlemen who also come to the city to sell. So because the farmer cannot leave his farm to come to the city to come and be doing trading, so he just finds somebody who pick it and then he moves on. These are the dynamics within the market that's actually happening, and so of course we cannot take away the role of associations and unions within the market. Every market has their own union, and they do sell it pepper, tomatoes, they have their own union too. And they sit down to also determine what price we are going to sell today. And of course, you have to be really hard-headed to deviate from the price that is set by the union, otherwise you'll be outlawed in the market. Maybe
there's a level one has to get to be able to even go against the union, because sometimes it frustrates the traders who would not want to abide by the rules.
Because the executive of the unions move around to ensure that they enforce price, so stability for their members. So all this happen in the market as we see, and I think they could actually be responsible for the high price of food in Nigeria.
Yes. For Doc mentioned about 3 to 4 middlemen, and that is true. And you see, I want to just call them middlemen. It is part of what constitutes the value chain in farming and in processing agriculture. Now, if you look at it, some they've planted and they are waiting for maturity. And let's say, assume it's about 5 months to maturity. Some persons have paid for it. Some logistical company are always in connection with these middlemen who they know that they are in charge of XYZ farms, and they already been told the time for harvests, and those vehicles will be there to convey these products to another area where they will be conveyed as well. Now, if we move ourselves away from just the crop production, we can look at fish farming itself, which is somewhat a little bit capital intensive and very delicate too. You see, some of them harvest these fishes. After they're done, someone is coming to pay for it. Others are going to what? To roast it. You see those round roasted fish. They roast it. Now, there are different sellers. You go to the market, you see the normal roasted fish that, has come from the farm, and the woman is sitting down to sell. And she's selling at the market there, or probably even in the Mushi market, or in any other market, and there's a price for which it is sold. There are others who buy those fish and they package it into, just keep putting it at something else, and it sells at 3 times, 4 times the price of what the woman puts or shed outside in some of these markets. Others take this food and they ship it away. Some of these products get as far as Canada. Now, then you look at, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Canada says, oh, please don't bring in crayfish to Canada anymore. And Nigerians are asking why. It's because, if you're bringing crayfish to Canada, make sure you're using flight. Because if you're going to use cargo, it is not only bugs. Before it gets there, bugs would have taken over the cargo. And they've started complaining, and you know how those clients behave. Like, no, don't bring bugs to Canada. And and they said, so don't bring this here. So you're talking about egusi. You grind it, then they package it in something else, and it's being cargoed down there. Let me tell you, I don't want to mention products. The normal food seasonings, Nigerians abroad, they order for it right here, and the
farmers here are also catering to the local demand,
the foreign demand, not just West Africa, the foreign demand. Now, that's why you go to African stores in Canada, in the US, things are expensive. Nigerian onion, you want to get garlic, you want to get ginger. So there are some products that come specifically from Africa. It's expensive because of how much it was, paid to be cargoed, and they spent like 3 to 4 months on IC before they get there. And those who are using the cargo is because they are trying to cut down on cost themselves, because if it is too expensive, Nigerians over there will not want to buy. So if we look at all this and make sure that the government ensures that we have a round-trip harvest season in Nigeria, maybe we're going to go back to the glory days where farming, contributed about 65% of employing the population as at that time in Nigeria, and providing about 68% to the GDP of the country.
Yes, I think that this increase in demand is an opportunity for those who would want to invest in agriculture. There is a livestock aspect of it. Priya mentioned one of them, fish farming, because for those who are in that, they're never running out of people who want to take these fishes from them to do other things, whether to use that in restaurant business, or those who want to buy for their own family use, those who want to process them in different ways and sell. The demand is very high, because if you check the basic need of life, food tops, because a man may not have a house to live in, but he must eat to survive. So those who are into food business is a very profitable venture, and that's why Dr. and Priya have talked about the value chain, the chain it takes from the farmer to those who would buy directly from the farmers and sell to other people before it gets to the end consumer. So there's a lot of opportunity here. Rather than it being a challenge for Nigeria, I think a lot of people may want to look for where to put their money. There are different ways people can do this. You may have land you do not do anything with, but you have farmers who have need of land. You can lease the land to them. Or you may yourself being into production and you say, okay, can we expand to other parts of production? We talked about ranching earlier in this country when there was a advocacy for ranching. Some arguments for it was that it would even make the cattle healthier. If you go to the market, now the price of meat was not really captured in this, but I'm very sure that the price of meat has not dropped because the demand is still very high and still very expensive buying cattle and other types of animals from where we source protein. So there's a lot of opportunity here.
Yeah, I agree. But you see, yesterday I was saying with my friend and I said, oh, I saw a place where cattle are confined, and I said, now I can realize why people are not given to ranching. Because it's somehow capital intensive.
Yes, it is.
You buy the grasses, the animals drink a lot of water, so which means you have to continue to pump water.
The land.
Yeah. And I said, oh, it's simpler for these guys to just roam. Anywhere they see
let nature provide food.
Yes, anywhere they see grasses, they chew rather than invest so much hugely in bringing some of all these things into Africa. But again, you look at our environment. Sometimes when people make some suggestions, we mock them because we do not really understand the nitty-gritty of the trade and business. I remember when Audogbe was the Minister of Agriculture,
yes.
During those debates, and the argument was then that, look, we can actually begin to bring grasses from Brazil so that if we have ranches, we can bring grasses to feed the animals. I always say, oh, this man is clueless. He has no idea about what he's talking about. Because people don't realize that these things are quite expensive. And of course, because our environment has not produced it, special meal for animal to actually get to this point we're talking about, where you can actually begin to get high yield from cattle and all of that. And what they eat had to be also specially designed.
But can we plant that type of grass here? Can we give ourselves some time to cultivate them rather than import them? Because there's also the exchange rate factor there and then the cost.
Yeah, but it's possible. Yeah, you see, again, culture or nature determine what plants that can grow in certain places. And if you're going to start that kind of a farm, and you're going to also look at it, how are you going to start it? What is the level of investment somebody need to bring it from? Because they will still bring it from the outside, whether you like it or not, because they will not grow here. So even the bud that you have to plant, you have to also import them.
But the ones the cattle are eaten when they roam, when they are led by the nomads, they grew here.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying, that these are especially planted. And of course, it's like
it's a different species.
Yes, it's designed for the cattle. And so Brazil, they also export to Europe those things for the fitting of carbon. That's why you can see that this thing, we can farm if our soil or our land, climate allow for those things to happen. But you also will need to do investment in the farming in the first place. And then, of course, we have to sell to the cattle rearers or the people who are the owner of ranch. But it's quite expensive. But like Additional said in Dubai recently, Africa is the hope of the world. And if the teeming population of 10 billion people will be fed, they have to be hugely reliant on Africa. And therefore, the governments of Africa must prioritize agriculture because food is real business.
We wrap up by looking at the prices of some other food items. They are not staple, but yes, for some families they may be staple. The prices of pasta has also increased, and also the price of beverages have increased. So it's almost becoming luxury to afford some of these items, and we need to encourage local production. Our local processing industries need to be given much attention at this point. Even for the ones that we have in Nigeria, having the raw materials, it's challenging. Cocoa beans that Nigeria exports, the local industries sometimes find it difficult to have enough for their production, and other materials that they would need to produce beverages at the end of the day are expensive. For pasta, we understand that the price of wheat in the global market is expensive, so we can expect that that would impact the cost of the finished product at the end of the day. So we need to do more in terms of agriculture. We can make it attractive for youth. Those who are in tech, they're designing apps, designing some, coming up with some innovations that will help farmers. But I think that we also need to make it very appealing for them. Where the farming is mechanized, you would have people prefer to go into that rather than move files from one office to the other looking for jobs where they may be no jobs. And some persons have taken it upon themselves to say, well, for some of the things that they eat, they would rather grow them because it's easier for them. Maybe you can adopt that if you have space for it. For some, it's just vegetables. They have been creative ways on how to plant vegetables that you don't necessarily need to own land. You could have them done in containers where you fill them with soil, and then if you have a bit of space, you can do that. So maybe some bits of self-sufficiency would also help.
But again, it's how it's also communicated. A young lady from Uganda once had advocated that those who actually advertise agriculture by carrying old women with baby in the back, don't make it attractive to young people.
Some modeling
is good. Some good modeling. Make agriculture look sexy. They use Gen Zs to get on the front pages of agricultural magazine.
Show some pretty faces on the farm and show some men with six-pack on the farm.
Oh, yes. Gen Zs, agriculture, it will be high-tech agriculture.
Not really high-tech.
Gen Zs?
Not really high-tech.
Not
really high-tech. I know Gen Zs who
first and foremost
is farming.
Is communication. When you go to an elementary school and you ask a child who is 3-4 years what you want to become, chances are that you tell you, I want to become a doctor,
lawyer,
I want to
an engineer,
a nurse. Why? Because they are not really concerned about the details of what it takes to become those careers. They are carried away by the way those careers are communicated. So I want to look like this. So at what point are we going to be communicating farm such a way that a child in school says, who is 3-year-old, and say to a teacher, when I grow up, I want to be a farmer. So we start with communication. And I think that is what we have not done very well. So we need to communicate farming and agriculture very well, such a way it can be appealing to children.
That would just make a lot of sense, because in the US, farmers are rich people. Even in Nigeria, you have farmers who are rich. Let's move on now to the next story, where the CBN is talking about the amount of naira in circulation increasing by 5.24 trillion in January 2025, adding that 90.5% of this total was outside the banking system held by individuals and businesses instead of being stored in the bank vaults. Okay, let's look at what the CBN is saying. I'd like to take that story again so that we can highlight some key points there. So Central Bank of Nigeria reveals that Nigeria's total currency in circulation rose to 5.24 trillion in January 2025, and they added that 90.5% of this total of the currency in circulation was outside the banking system held by individuals and businesses instead of being stored in bank vaults. Are we having a decline in savings culture, or it's just a matter of some of these persons are not within the formal banking system? What's the issue here with money in circulation, most of it not being stored in the bank, and we're not having enough currency in circulation?
I had an experience yesterday. We were outside of Lagos, and we needed some cash. And we saw this POS woman and said, please, can we get some cash from you? And he said, okay, how much? He said 50,000. I said, okay, that's fine, I have. But the charge is 1,500. I said, why? And he said, because we buy the currency. So from who? He said, we go to filling stations to buy, we go to motor parks to buy. So what that means is that you get to the motor parks, driver collect cash, and they sell it to POS woman. You go to filling station where they collect cash, they sell it to POS people. So the trading in cash is what it is. So it is what is within the system that goes around. But the real physical cash is in the hands of POS operators and individuals. So it's that the real challenge that CBN is having in actually oversighting the money that is in circulation, which of course they've been trying all manners of method to see how they can do it. Because some of this money don't even come to the
banking
banks
sector
at all.
anymore.
Because people are buying and selling the currency outside of the banking system. So this is the challenge that the system is currently facing. And I'm not surprised that, and then of course you come to add the religious factor to it, or some people who don't even want to put their money in the bank at all because of how it affects their faith. So I think it's quite an enormous problem for CBN to deal with. Yeah.
I don't think it's a big problem for CBN to tackle, but it is a challenge. The reason I don't think it's a big problem for the CBN to handle, because the deposit banks usually go to CBN to take cash for their transactions daily. So when these monies get into the deposit money banks and then people come to make withdrawal before the money gets into circulation, and then getting it back into the banking system is a challenge. We talked about this some time ago, and we traced how this problem started from when there was scarcity, because it's not always been like this, that POS operators would buy cash from those whose dealings ensure that they are able to have access to cash and then resell to the public. How do we tackle this as a people? Does it look like there's some complicity at several levels that the CBN should begin to check? Perhaps from the banking system where the money comes first from, before it gets into circulation, and then there is a challenge getting it back to the banking system.
Well, if the CBN is going to check this, it has to rely strongly on a system that it will develop by itself or by contracting it to some high-tech geniuses who will sit around this matter, probably go around the country and study it. And I think if they are going to do justice to it, about 6 months is a small amount of time to do that. The reason why I'm saying this is because in the initial stage, when the cashless policy was introduced by the government or was mooted by the government, there were just 4 or 5 states that were to use as an experiment. Lagos was picked because of the nature of the city. You know, Lagos, I told some people, Lagos is like 50 years far beyond some states in Nigeria because of its level of development and fast-paced movement. Kano was in the group. Rivers State was in the group. And I think maybe Oyo State and 1 or 2 other states. These were to be the pioneer states where the cashless policy would be introduced. And we were told that it will be done in piecemeal, in phases. Strategy will test the waters and see the way the people will respond. That look, you can buy stuff, and when you buy stuff, pay with your card. Use your banking app to do a transaction. Yes, people do that. But we know very well that if it's succeeding in Lagos, and it is 50-70% working in Lagos, I don't think it's up to that anyways, but if it succeeds about 50% in Lagos, it should be succeeding about less than 20%, 15% in a lot of other states, most especially outside the Southwest. Some parts, most especially in the North, cash, give me cash, is king, give me cash, you know, give me cash. So the doctor was telling you it was outside Lagos. Fine, there are places where you go in Lagos too, you want to buy. If sometimes the pepper seller can tell you, okay, do me a transfer. The pepper seller. The meat sellers can tell you, do me a transfer. In fact, you go eat at the roadside, you finish eating, and the person is telling you, do me a transfer.
Yeah, but look
on
at
their
it.
own. So I'm ending somewhere. So the thing is, we must begin to look. Okay, these states that we used as the initial stage to launch the cashless policy, how many percent of success have we recorded in this state?
Yeah,
Then we can use that to benchmark. We can use to benchmark other places. It is still within Lagos. However,
the point is this: which bank today will you put a 50,000 naira as savings and give you 1,005
as interest
at the end of the month?
I think it's time to eliminate the middleman. Because the POS system was brought in for a purpose.
I wanted to point out an area, but you didn't want to let me
Yeah, but I'm saying, because when you say it is easy to regulate,
I didn't say it's easy to regulate.
It's a big challenge because money has become a commodity for sale. Which means if I sell 100,000 and make 3,000 in one day, so I will not afford to go and keep that money in the bank.
Because
where at the end of the day,
it's now your commodity.
If I put it in the bank will even be deducting it.
Yes.
And reducing the value of the money rather than add to it.
So why should I keep it in the bank?
So why do I keep it in the bank in the first place?
This is what I think.
It is the incentive that is out there created by the system itself that is actually responsible for some of all these things, because people don't see the reason to go save anymore. Before, when you save, it accumulates and gives you
some interest.
Profit at the end of the month, or interest. Now today, even the charges on SMS and maintenance and the rest of it,
it's reducing the money.
Of course, reduces the value of your money. I don't get any interest on it. So this is the challenge that we face as a people. So you now find where you can actually have to trade physical cash, which give you much more. Now, the man who has done it at the filling station, probably is not the owner, is of course selling.
Yes.
He's not giving it free to the POS woman. He's also adding value to it. So people are making extra money trading in cash.
This is what I think. The middleman system, I think we should eliminate them. The POS system was brought in to aid transaction and to also aid the cashless economy, so that shops and those who deal on merchandise can have the POS in their shops. So when people come, instead of carrying cash, they just swipe their card and they're able to pay for goods and services. But because that system is now being abused, I think it is time to take it out completely.
Do you think it's been abused?
Take it out completely. If you are giving POS, then there should be a lot of scrutiny to know that this is in the shop. If it is not showing, maybe it should now come with showing records of your transaction, showing records of your dealing. What is just like the way you want to send money now, and there's a place for narration. Maybe we should come up with that a sort of format. You want to swipe your card, there is the place for narration, what you are paying for, what that is for, and there is thorough scrutiny of that. Even though I know that people can also circumvent that, people can find a way around that, but let's have it done that this is strictly for transactions in shop and not for money. We can even take it out completely. So that if you are paying for goods we can even take it out. We can even take it out. We can even take it out completely. Let me know POS in the system. So if you're paying for goods in any shop, do it via transfer.
No.
There is no POS system, so that those who are buying the cash have nothing to sell.
No.
If you want to sell, is it me you will sell cash to from the filling station? Let everybody begin to take their money back to the bank, so that if I need money, I go to ATM. There is no middleman.
See what should that come from? As we're driving down from Badagry to Lagos yesterday, I asked my friend, look at the volume of people from Badagry to Okoafo, to Akbara, to Ijaniki, Okokomaiko, Alabarago, and just look at that axis down to Lagos, Orile here. and see the number of people who are out on a daily basis to do small things. Small things that results in 10 naira,
payments,
5 naira, 100 naira, that you yourself would not even want to do a transfer for. So that incentive will continue to be there. As long as the old woman who is selling the pepper along the roadside will tell you, I don't have a bank account and I don't do a transfer. So you have to find a cash if you need that service.
If you need the cash, you would go to the ATMs, because now the middlemen that stop the cash from flowing, who buy this cash and sell it, they have been taken out. So those who are doing e-transfers are doing direct transfer to the people who are collecting. If you take them out, then that hoarding of the cash is taken out completely. The cash returns to the bank. People can withdraw cash from the bank.
CBN sees the money moving. What they don't have record of is physical cash.
That's what I'm saying. Take out the middleman and the cash returns back to the bank. People can have access to cash from the bank. Why would it get to the bank?
Look at it this way now. You see, I take cash from you, I do a transfer to you.
You would not find as many people who are doing that sales of cash via transfer as you find POS operators.
You are not following the logic.
I am following the logic.
No. You just listen to follow the logic. I'm buying 50,000.
Yes.
I'm not giving cash to the person I'm buying 50,000 from. I am doing a transfer to her.
Okay.
Or swiping my card. But she gives me cash.
And she's a POS operator.
She's a POS operator.
Okay.
Now she is going to filling station to buy. She's not using cash to buy. She's doing a transfer to the owner of the filling station and taking the cash. Now what CBN is saying is that now we see that this money is moving around. But that physical cash
is not in the bank.
It's not in the bank.
And this is what I'm saying in response to that. That the reason the filling station owner will not go to the bank to deposit that money is because he has a POS operator who will take this cash from him. Now, if you remove the POS operator, the filling station man will get to the bank. And that money will be in the bank. So you who needs cash, you can go to the ATM and withdraw cash. Cash is still in the system, but those who stand as middlemen, who block the cash from getting to the banking system, have been removed from the way.
No. So what happened to transfer?
So you can do transfer, but you will not get as many persons who will go to filling stations to say, I need cash, please give me 50K, let me transfer to you. You will not get them much as you will get those whose business it is.
Because we are trying to solve. Because we are trying to solve a problem. Because we are trying to solve a problem.
It is not illogical. You are thinking it is not possible because we have not tried it.
You don't need to try it. I'm telling you, there's a motivation. People don't just do things because they just feel
like the POS system, were we selling cash?
Yeah, but then at that time we didn't have cashless.
No, cashless was gradually introduced with the ATMs and all of that. You could even go POS, and then the transfer came. POS made the cash selling business a problem.
No. People will continue to trade cash, whether it is in Nigeria, whether it's in America, whether it's in Canada, anywhere in the world, people trade cash.
They trade cash. It's a normal thing.
No, it's not a normal thing. It is not.
You can't get them out of the system.
In the dimension in which we have it.
You can bring it down. Yeah, you can't get them out.
What you need to understand is that there's a motivation for it.
And that's what I'm saying. Take away that motivation.
You cannot take it away. That's
you can't take it away.
It's a business.
That's what we need to remove.
The only way you can take that motivation away is just today, like people move their money from stock market and they put it in treasury bills because there's more value here. And if there's lesser value in treasury bills, they move the money and they move it to bond market. And you cannot make a law and say you must keep your money in stock.
No.
When they know that the value of the stock is
these are two different.
They are not different.
The comparisons do not align.
No. They are not different because what is in here that we're talking about is the value that is coming to the person who is doing the trading. I can keep my money in a bank where I am expecting that all that I'm going to get is allowed for deduction and not increase, even if it's a savings account. So I will prefer the money, even if I am not getting anything on top of it at all. It's lying down under my pillow. It makes a lot of sense to me that I'm not losing any value. Now, that is a problem. If you want people to put money in the bank, then you have to create that incentive for them to be able to put money in the bank, which means, of course, they will know that if I deposit 1 million in the bank, then I'm likely at the end of the month to get 100,000 as return. Or I'm likely to...
What bank can do that?
Now, what bank can do that? But I can trade this in the POS system and I will make close to that at the end of the month. Now, I am motivated because I see that there's a business transaction in here. And that's why you see all manners of things you see, even including a drug business. People are getting into it because there's a value in it.
And now, that value was created by a problem in the system. If this has become, I'm still asking, before POS operators came on board, you could go over to an ATM or walk into a bank and you can withdraw cash. Now, by the time people saw that, yes, they could buy cash and sell, and the profit margin became the motivation, we saw the increase at which people began to do it. Now, I still maintain that if we remove that motivation, which is that the person who has cash, before that time, you could ask somebody, do you have cash? I need, even sometimes within the office, we do this. Do you have cash to give me? The person thinks about the cost of going to the bank to deposit that cash and feel, okay, you need cash. They just give you and then you transfer. No, what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that is the major thing. I'm saying,
so why will I keep 12 million in a bank?
I am not saying.
No.
I am not saying that. I cited that as an example.
And I cannot get.
I cited that as an example that even us, when we need cash, we sometimes ask our friends and colleagues who have cash to give us cash, but we don't put charges on it. So I'm saying that those who put charges on it to say it becomes our business, you commodify cash and cash becomes your commodity. So if that is your trading, you will go to the length and breadth of anywhere you are to ensure that you get that your commodity to trading. But if you remove that business, when people need cash, there will not be charges as those who make it a business.
See, this is where
you will still have the transaction happen.
You have to be logical.
And I am being logical here.
No, you are not logical. Now, if you say, okay, give me cash, I do transfer to you, do you have a charge on it?
That's what I'm saying.
No. Is there a charge on it?
There is a charge on it.
So who pays the charge?
You don't get that exorbitant charge because it is not business for the person who gives you cash.
Who pays for the charges?
It is not the person who is doing the transfer pays the charge.
Yeah.
But the person who is giving the cash don't charge you exorbitant price because it is not business to them. They are only giving you the cash because they have cash and you are demanded for it.
It is losing value.
It is not losing value. In most cases, what they won't ask you to do, because look at the charge that will come, is say, oh, you have to add 100 naira to cover that charge. But it is different from when you are going to the POS person and the POS person says you have to add 200. What I'm looking at here is a difference of charge because of the motive. One is doing it so that they don't incur costs while going to deposit the money. The other person is doing it because this is business. I need to make profits. There's a difference here.
You see, this is why I ask you, just put your heart down and be a little logical. Now, when you deposit 1 million in the bank today,
yes,
the bank charges you for deposit.
Yes.
Are you aware?
I know that.
Who takes the value? So why should I go and deposit my money in the bank and I'm paying for keeping money in the bank? And then, not just that, I am also being charged on that money that is in the bank, whether it's in current account, whether it's in savings account, because the money that I'm keeping in the bank is losing value.
Yes.
Now, because of this disincentive in the banking system, I prefer to keep my money. And if I find avenue to sell it or trade it and make more money, I will. Even if you take all the POS away, and you have forgotten that before we even had cash, there were what they call the trade by barter.
And that's what I'm saying that
people who barter what they have with what they don't have.
And that's what I'm saying that.
So how are you going to end a barter system?
We are not talking about ending the barter system. What I'm saying is this. If you remove the POS system, even when there is this transfer of give me cash, let me make a transfer for you, it will not be as we have it. Because now the business part of it has been removed, the middlemen have been removed, so you will not find as many people who would come for cash.
The POS is not the problem.
The POS system is not just it's not a problem. No, it's not a problem.
It is the problem.
No, it's not a problem.
It is the problem because it is
the banks are the one aiding it. Now, there's a recent reform. Just a moment. There's a reform currently as we speak now that the bank has put in place when you want to use your ATM to withdraw from another bank's ATM. For 20,000 naira, you'll be charged 100 naira for every transaction. The same amount of money, let's say the same 1 million naira or 700,000 naira that someone deposited in your account, for which the banks had already charged you, and for which you are going to carry out other transactions in that same money, the banks are still going to charge you on it. Then if you use another bank's ATM, you will be charged. If you use your own ATM for maintenance fee and every other charges, you'll be charged. So the banks are not making an incentive for you to keep your money. No, I'm coming.
The
just a moment.
incentive is one part of it.
No, so if the banks are not making incentive for you to keep your money, this is a cash riddled economy that the banks are even trying to sell. The government made a policy that we should delve towards cashless policy, and you want to use stick to beat people in line to obey cashless policy when there are avenues that they can explore to make money from it. And the POS, even though it was not meant for the transaction that is currently being used for, that's not the initial purpose, but we have a cash market, and it's not peculiar to Nigeria. It's a global thing.
It's a global thing, but not
physical cash. If you're going to read it out, it's going to take time, and taking time means that the CBN and probably the fintech who have come to really help Nigeria with this cashless policy, they will need to be on ground to develop apps that can accept something as cheap as 50 naira. Yes, something as cheap as 15 naira.
Why do you need to develop apps that accept when your bank already accept that?
Not just only a BRT. Not just only a BRT. You could take your card and enter a yellow and black public transportation bus and just swipe your card. So you don't have to pay physical cash. Now, the government is not going to to tell you to do that. Other countries, probably they are able to do that because they started it years back. And still, their economy, they've not completely taken out cash away from it. They still use physical cash. So it's going to be a long road for Nigeria. And the POS is a product of the bank.
You see, what you see in other places,
and they have to sell it.
What you see in other places, you say it may be better organized. So you need cash, local cash. You go to a bureau de change. Even in some places, I was in Canada that day, you cannot enter a bank, and if you are not even an account holder, they cannot give you more than 400 Canadian dollars. So if you want to change in Canada, you change only $200. That's what you can change. And so if you can't change within system, what do? You have to go to a bureau de change, which is also trading currency. Yeah. And you can buy as much as you want. And that's why I'm saying to you, everywhere in the world, people trade currency.
But not in this dimension that we are having here.
No, people are trading currencies and they are making money out of it.
Not in this dimension.
What I'm saying is not dimension. You see, you are not putting your heart to look at these issues.
I'm putting my heart to it. If you say people trade currency, we're talking about the rate at which it happens,
yes,
the way and manner it happens.
Yeah, see,
I'm saying the way and manner it happens differs.
No.
Not that it doesn't exist.
No. What I'm saying to you is, you cannot outlaw it. It's not something that is going to make a law and it will not happen. In short, the more law you make that it not happen, the more it will happen. And that is why, even with the redenomination that was done by CBN in a hurry in 2023, CBN can still tell you, because the whole idea about the redenomination was that if we say we are changing currency, everybody will bring their money to the bank. everybody has brought their money to the bank. Now, where's the money back again now? It's in the hands of the people. It's because
we need to wrap up here.
There is nothing you will do that when there is an incentive in a thing, and if you don't take the incentive away, people will continue to do it.
Now you have hit on the point. Take the incentive away. And the incentive
is not POS.
And I'm saying that.
Incentive is the fact that if you save money in the bank, you lose, apart from the fact that inflation has eaten it, the actual amount that you put in there is even removed. One of our staff went to a bank here and he said, I have some money in the bank. By the time I went back to go and check the saving account, I've not operated it. It was now minus 148.
You are owing the bank.
It's already owing the bank.
It's now owing the bank.
All right, this is it. For me, I think that even if the bank stops those deductions, there is no bank that can give you interest on your money as much as that which people are making. So if the bank stops that, but the interest rate is not as high as what people get through POS, and you have the POS operators, it still will not stop anything because there is something that will challenge what the bank is offering. But if you take away that middleman that is motivating a lot of people to do tradings with cash, and the cash doesn't return to the banking system, we will still not solve the problem. All right, we leave the conversation, but you can also share what you think on it. You can go to our social media platforms and leave a comment, #FriendBonus, and let us know what you think. Or, as you're watching there on the YouTube channel, leave a comment. Let us know what your thought is regarding this issue. We'll take a break. After that time, you know what comes up next. It'll be policy discussed. Stay tuned.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
It's to the front burners on Souq News TV. This It's a policy discuss segment where we look at certain policies of government and their impact on the economy and even on the society. So the National Bureau of Statistics has rebased Nigeria's GDP, and they've released the rebasing report, which has indicated a lot of things. So it got Nigerians thinking, particularly when the inflation rate was released, the inflation rate for the month of January, and many saw a decline. So the question was, does it mean that inflation rate has dropped? What does the rebasing of the GDP mean exactly? To talk about this, we have Dr. Kenny Kenwa, who is an economic and policy expert and is a lecturer in the University of Lagos. He joins us this morning virtually. Good morning, Dr. Ken.
Morning, Blessing. It's nice to be on Souq News once again.
You're all smiles. Do you mind telling us why you're smiling?
We need to remain positive. It's not all bad news in the economy. Some good things are happening. But how well we're attaining the level of social efficiency we need to attain, well, it's up for discussion. I hope we can, put more of our irons into the fire and get things right and put more smiles on the faces of Nigerian people. And I'm certain that it doesn't hurt to spread a little joy out there.
At all. After a heated argument like the one we had during news analysis, I think we can just smile it away and calm things down. All right, so now that you've joined, talking about the rebasing of Nigeria's GDP. So the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, did actually tell Nigerians that it was going to rebase the Nigerian economy, and the base year was going to be 2019. That was what the initial announcement of the NBS. But eventually, the rebasing has been done, and so that the base year was a more current year, which is the previous one, 2024. And then we saw changes in the inflation rate. Could you explain to us what rebasing of the economy actually means and what the NBS has done here?
All right, very interesting. When I got that data and that news recently, I was a little bit flabbergasted, not knowing what the government was actually trying to communicate. But let's start with the academics before we go into the optics of the politics and also other aspects of the policy, as it were. Now, when we talk about rebasing actually has to do with focusing on certain key macroeconomic indicators, which would include the gross domestic product of an economy, like the GDP, inflation rates could be rebased, the exchange rate could be rebased, the unemployment rate could be rebased, and the terms of the balance of payments and every other thing that adds up to what we need to do and what we actually do to maintain economic activities and to maintain trade relationships with other countries, and to also look at the major productive activities that we do that brings about positive shifts in our production possibility curves. So when you rebase, you factor in certain economic activities, certain productive activities, and then you probably might decide to leave out others. So when there is an attempt to rebase the economy, it's an attempt to actually look at how a particular macroeconomic indices or particular macroeconomic indicator was actually measured, take it away from the base year where it was measured, shift it forward, bring it to another measurement level so that we can have a new statistical reference to actually observe and actually explain what has been done. So what has been done in particular for now is that the major macroeconomic variable, which is inflation, which is the price index, is the major subject for discussion, and whose data has actually been put out there. But when we actually did a last rebasing of the economy for the GDP, I think that was in 2014, where we took the base year away from 2009 to 2014. But now the focus is on the price index, because everybody in Nigeria seems to be crying about the price index, seems to be crying about inflation everywhere. But what has been achieved with this new rebasing of the inflation rate is that we have moved from actually looking at measuring inflation by focusing majorly and emphatically on food inflation to actually looking at core inflation. So many other activities like housing, the surge and the rise in digital payments, transportation, new modes of transportation, new modes of entrepreneurship have all been factored into the price movements and price shifts within the economy to now arrive at a new inflation rate, which as of 2024 could have been was ranging between 34 to 36%, but as of January 2025 is now 24.46%.
Dr. Ken, good morning. It's nice to see you there. Just to throw your perspective on this, you've actually had talked about the rebasing of the inflation figure from 34 to 24, losing about 10%. In your view, given the informal nature of our economy, do you think that this data is accurate? And two, do you also think that given the trust deficit in the system, that many people will believe this data? And finally, how do you think this will impact the rate of lending and those who are already owing some money to the bank? What effect do you think that this rebasing of the inflation rate will have?
Okay, Dr. Ross, I wish I was actually in the studio, so I'll have taken points because you are taking me to a full-fledged lecture now. So whatever point I actually miss, please draw my attention back to it. I think I want to start with the figure or with the measure of trust, the trust deficit. Well, we must begin to understand that when we're dealing with statistics and data like this, we must actually factor in the literacy level of the Nigerian public. Right now, the literacy level of Nigerian populace stands at about 55%, and which means we have a literacy level of about 40 to 45%. So there's a likelihood that when people hear data like this, they may not understand what it actually means, and that is why it's important that platforms like Souq, are actually out there to actually explain to the people what is actually obtainable. Now that the consumer price index has been rebased, that doesn't necessarily translate into the fact that prices of goods and services will actually drive down. But it is a good catalyst for us to see the new direction in which the economy is taking and the possibilities that can actually be attained. The implications for that will be, for instance, that in economics, we know that there's usually a relationship between the interest rate and the inflation rates and also the exchange rates. So if the interest rates actually go down, if the inflation rate actually goes down, it means that we're expecting there should be some strategic policy shifts from the central bank as a key regulator to ensure that the interest rates are not too further with what we call basis points away from the interest rate. So hitherto, if you have gone to the Nigerian Commercial Bank to borrow money, you may be borrowing money at a lending rate between 30 to 34%, which actually you would you see is in tandem or correlates with what was the existing inflation rate then, because the interest rate is the price that you actually pay for actually getting money from the bank. So now that we have a rebased statistic, a rebased data, it will also follow that the regulator, the central bank, will look at a way of ensuring that maybe between 1 or 2 basis points, now that we have 24% as the inflation rate, the interest rate most likely will come down. And that will mean that people can now borrow money for lesser rates. But sometimes things don't actually work with the kind of structure that is obtainable elsewhere because of the peculiarities and the particularities of the Nigerian system. But how does that actually affect people that will be looking for credit, people that are looking for loans from banks? It will mean that those who had borrowed initially at 34% will still have to maintain the agreement they had with the banks to pay at that 34%. It was expected that it will be, rebased, or it will be rescheduled, or it will be reconfigured to the existing interest rate, but that will be running at a loss, for the banks or for the creditors. So these are some of the factors. These are some of the key implications of having a rebased inflation rate and how it affects the economy. Now, with respect to trust, trust, to an extent, is not a quantitative variable. You can't actually measure it. It's a perception. When I saw that figure, I was particularly interested that we're making progress. But when you look at figures and look at data, you also want to look at what is obtainable in real economic terms. The fact that we now have a rebased consumer price index, inflation rate, does not translate to the fact that prices will actually come down, but translates to the fact that there's a possibilities that ceteris paribus, like we say in economics, all things being equal, and with the new policy shifts, and with the attempts that the government is, I believe, consciously trying to make to improve the lot of Nigerians, there's a likelihood that with more incentives coming into the economy, with lower interest rates, with manufacturers now being able to borrow or get money from banks and manufacture or produce, carry on with the economic activities with lower cost of capital, there is a likelihood that some certain prices of some certain goods, with particular reference to some sectors in the Nigerian economy, most likely are expected to go down. But here again, we need to highlight and spotlight the Nigerian factor. Do prices ever go down in Nigeria? So much more than the trust deficit, I think what we should now start looking at actually tackling collectively is the character deficit of Nigerians. If you now know that the cost at which you have obtained a particular product, a particular raw material has gone down, will you have the conscience to actually translate that to the real terms of calculating what should be your profit, what should be your cost of production, and ensuring that Nigerians benefit from this? So much more than looking at the government, we should also be looking at the character of the Nigerian people, at the character of producers, and at the character of our creditors.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ken. I think most of the areas I wanted to channel my question, you had actually glossed through it. But, rebasing the economy, they made a big deal out of it. And sometimes the common man on the streets, listening to the news, watching us on television, talking about rebasing the economy, and they seem to ask you, what is coming? Where is this taking us? And probably when you try explaining and they found out that at the end of the day, they said, these are esoteric terminologies that is meant for those people like you, Dr. Ken, who are academics, and for those who have specific knowledge to understand what that actually means. It doesn't really affect them. Now the government, the NBS has rebased the economy, inflation from about 36.48, now it is now 24, and they are looking at themselves, okay, my purchasing power as a Nigerian has not increased. Food prices have not depreciated, have not declined, not because, even when it actually declined, it's not because of the rebasing, it's because now we have excess supply coming from agricultural hubs in different parts of the country. So now that the economy has been rebased, does that affect business decisions by investors? And if it does, who stands to gain? Because it looks like a decision that was made by the government on white paper and ends on white paper. It does not have any tangible reference to the Nigerian consumer and the investor. Do you share that perspective?
All right, very interesting. I like the word you use, esoteric. So our job from this side of the island, from your side, is to demystify some of this data and some of this information out there and ensure that it's well disseminated for the benefit of the Nigerian people, so that we can at least make some track of progress and not look at things as all bad, despite the fact that we're living in very austere times. Now, let me focus more on the major aspect of your submission and what you just talked about. And I think the major atom within that frame of discussion and submission is actually how does this information, how does this data actually affect investors' confidence? Because no economy can grow without what we call investment. So for an economy to move forward, the national income accounting requires that there should be, a lot of consumption in the economy, there should be a lot of investments in the economy, there should be savings, and we should earn some foreign exchange from abroad, and we should also export a lot. So we look at the national income accounting and focus on investors' confidence and ask how this data, what signals, and if I may borrow the Gen Z language, what vibes does this data, does this new rebasing of the consumer price index, what does it send out there? Now, it sends a lot of positive impression about the growth of the economy. And the data actually says that in 2024, the economy did actually grow with about 3.2% or thereabout. Okay, so with this rebasing of the consumer price index now, it means that we're working and we're running on the hypothetical assumption that the purchasing power parity of Nigerians will actually increase. Now, let me explain that. Who is going to want to go into the manufacturing of any commodity, of any product, or importing of any product for sale when people in that particular country or particular vicinity do not have the purchasing power to actually buy those things, so that commerce and trade can continue to revolve at whatever level or whatever degree? So with the drop down in inflation, and with the opportunity for investors to come in, because there's this correlation between inflation, between the exchange rates, the inflation rate, the exchange rate, as well as the interest rate. It means that investors can bring in their money now. The exchange rate most likely may not go down immediately, but when there's that confidence, we can have more people investing into the economy, we can have more foreign direct investments, we can have more portfolio investments, foreign portfolio investment, and we can have more indigenous direct investments. You, Joseph, that can go out there to the bank, have that confidence to borrow money, have the confidence that the rate will be low, set up something, increase the unemployment rate, increase the employment rate within that vicinity, and add more value to the economy. But the caveat on that theory is this, on this theoretical postulation is this: the fact that this data has been announced does not necessarily translate into a policy change or a policy shift. The fact that this data has been announced does not immediately translate into improvements in real economic terms. Very, very importantly, so that we do not castigate the government and give a dog a bad name to actually hang it. But what this actually portends, what this actually implies, is that there are some positive movements in the economy. There are some positive movements in our production possibility curves. There are some positive movement in our macroeconomics that can now make the economy a little bit more attractive and a little bit a better place, for foreign direct investments to find their destination. So we are hoping that with this data, if there will be an accompanying series of policy shifts and policy changes that will improve liquidity in the economy, that will improve the standard of living, that will improve incentives for people to invest, for people to produce more in the economy, and that will improve the earning power of Nigerians. This will all amount to positive benefits for the Nigerian economy, and indirectly, hopefully by the end of this year or by 2026, we should be looking at about 4% to 6% of growth in our GDP.
All right, let's look at some components of the rebased reports. So the consumption basket was expanded to reflect some things that, some items that Nigerians spend on that they was not captured before by the consumption basket. And also, the base year being changed from 2019, which the NBS initially chose, to 2024. What's your thought on this shift in the base year? Do you think it gives us a more accurate reflection of what the economy is? And in respect to some items that are now being introduced or added to the consumption basket, what does that make for us in terms of strategic planning?
Okay, I think I would want us to maybe fact check, maybe during the course of this conversation or perhaps after this conversation. I think that the rebasing year was actually shifted from 2009 to 2024. That's the movement along that rebasing curve. So we want to fact check. If somebody can actually help us do that, because when I did my fact checking,
but updated to 2024.
You are correct. The last rebase was 2009, but MBS had earlier published that they were going to move it to 2019, and I think that's the point that Blessing has made.
The figures are a little bit esoteric.
Or instead of 2019 that they projected before.
Okay. If I should go back to what Blessing is actually laying emphasis on, I think if we look at it holistically, we should try to be optimistic. Going back to the smile I did have when I came on set this morning, or came on set virtually, we must come to terms with the fact that there has been some degree of growth in the Nigerian economy, and there has been changes. And we must also recognize the fact that these 2 years, 2019 down to 2024, a major transition has taken place that came with a lot of strategic policy shifts. For instance, the removal of subsidy, the removal of education subsidy to an extent, and other forms of subsidies, and other incentives that have been, put into the economy to actually ensure that there is growth in the economy and there is development. So the major issue here should not just be within the time frame or within the time, the space, the dates of the shift. It is for us to identify why was this decision taken. It was taken because new activities have come into the economy that have helped to create more employment, even though not formally, but at least informally, and that have also reduced the fact that people who hitherto could have been productively engaged to a particular occupation now have other occupations that occupy their productive time and add value to their families and add values to the economy. So I don't want to do too much damage control here. I'd rather focus on the progress that we have made. Has the economy grown? Have more businesses come up? Have we had more spurge in entrepreneurship? Are we innovating more? Look at what we're doing with fintech, for instance. Look at the possibilities that are coming through with agriculture. And other sectors. Look at the growth in the educational sector. But how well does this translate, into other indices like, doing business in Nigeria? Other indices like economic freedom in Nigeria is another subject for us to actually consider, for discussion and for critical discourse. So amidst the fact that things are happening, where there's growth, there's productivity, there's activity, the real question at the end of the day will be, how does this create social efficiency for 80% of the Nigerian people? Has there been growth in some sectors? Are more sectors growing? Have there been a pool of investment? Are we having fintech companies, other smaller companies? Is technology, are we leveraging more technology? The fact remains yes. But how has this translated to what we call Pareto optimality for 80% of Nigerians? It's still a question that we need to address. And in my own view, if I must be candid and honest, we are not being as socially efficient as we need to be. In other words, we are not getting as much benefits, translated down to 80% of Nigerians that we need to have liberated and emancipated from poverty as quickly as we ought to. But there could be some light at the end of the tunnel, hopefully, definitely.
All right, so the second part of the question was for the consumption basket that has been expanded now to include certain items that it didn't capture before, to show what Nigerians are actually spending their money. Now, what use would that information lead to in terms of strategic planning?
All right, like I did say, we based and look at a couple of activities, like you choose to say, call it the consumption basket, where we're actually spending our money. And every economy must be driven by production and consumption. All right, so in as much as we are producing, and we hope that we are producing internally, organically, we should be consuming so that we can facilitate trade, internal trade and economic activities within. But with respect to these new items that have been included, it helps us to also underscore and particularly understand other strategic activities and the implication of that data for macroeconomic indicators like unemployment, like economic growth, like economic development, and most importantly, how we can use this data for strategic national planning of the economy. Now, let me draw an analogy with this. For instance, if we have to be in a store, for instance, if we have 10 people actually doing something in the store, and you are only accounting for what 8 people are doing, and using that income, that cash flow of what 8 major activities within that store, 8 major businessmen within that store are actually doing to qualify the entire activities of that store, in one way or the other, you will be punished the data that is needed to actually give a holistic and qualitative evaluation of the activities within that store. So now that we have other activities, haven't come into this basket, like you said, and we use it to rebase the economy, we can plan more efficiently. Let's take, for instance, transportation. It will mean now that we're having to have more cars on the Nigerian roads. We're having to have the need to produce more fuel. We can now know the quantity of fuel that we need to produce per million of gallons every other day. And we can now plan for how well we need to also manage or maintain our road infrastructure. And we can also plan for how we we need to start strategically considering other channels of transportation beyond just our road network. So I'm happy to see that the rail networks are opening. People can now travel, I think, within Delta, within Lagos, from Lagos to Ibadan, from Lagos to Abeokuta. And I was reading of that Ishoki traveling by train to Delta State, Warri, his hometown, or thereabout. All of this data put together can help a serious-minded government, which I believe this one is, to actually plan for this growth, which hitherto were ignored, but now are major core activities that contribute to economic activities in the Nigerian economy. And that way, we can plan at least 5 years ahead for the growth and for the development indicators and implications of this expansion in activities and the benefits for Nigerians going forward.
Thank you so very much. We also have seen that in the last couple of months, especially since this new regime came in, at succeeding MPC meeting, that the NPR had been raised because government has argued that it has been working, and of course is to reduce cash flow within the circulation so that can also drive inflation down. With this rebasing, are you thinking that CBN will now reduce NPR?
Well, that is a very tight one because I dropped into your conversation about whether the naira is being traded or naira is not being traded, and we need to understand that some of these issues actually have to deal with the cultural dynamics of a particular country, and so for that purpose, sometimes it's not fair to actually compare apples, with oranges or apples with pineapples. What may be obtainable in Canada, given the cultural dynamics of Canada, may not be obtainable in Nigeria. We will continue to be a largely cash-based economy, in as much as we have made a lot of improvements and mileage in transiting from a cash-based economy to a cashless economy, and we have a lot of transactions being fueled by digital platforms, digital banks, fintechs in Nigeria as we speak. It also means that we have also expanded and improved on our financial inclusion data, which as at 2023 or as at 2020 was about 50%, but as at 2024, we can see that it has moved to about 76%, as against the target provided in the Nigerian Financial Inclusion Strategy 3.0, which is aiming to bring us to 95%. Now, the question with the NPR and the question of whether it will be reduced, I would hope that that particular rate would actually be reduced for many reasons. And but I can't actually speak because we're all victims of needing to use cash at one point in time or the other. We're all victims of needing to actually obtain cash, for small petty expenditure at one point in time or the other. But I would want to take a critical look, at the dynamics involved with the NPR, with the CRR, and with the new rebased interest rate after what follows from that announcement before I will make a strategic comment on that. But it will be impressive if we can actually drive the economy and make it more digital. But the problem with actually driving our economy and making it more digital, making it more cashless is this. Two things. What is the literacy level and what is the literacy level in the Nigerian economy? And thirdly, beyond the normal I can read, I can write, what is the digital literacy level? So I think if we are going to be driving a cashless economy, the CBN and other financial institutions should also be investing in a lot of financial literacy and a lot of digital literacy. That way we can have a balance, and that balance will definitely translate into some degree of improvement, both for the Nigerian economy and for the lives of people that basically are Nigerians.
More things before I let you go here. Number one, looking at the timing of this rebasing, and of course, you're also seeing farm produce are coming out. And of course, we know that we're a seasonal economy where people farm, and next month, from April, you're going to have dry season and prices are likely to go up. Do you see this really portending stability in the economy? And secondly, from your earlier response, that is likely not going to affect prices of things in the market. Are you not seeing that people may take this for a political manipulation to say as if the economy is working, and then that further reduce the credibility of MBS? in terms of the data supplied?
The truth be told, in as much as I want to be optimistic, I know, and like I've said in our Souq studio some time ago, that figures do not lie, but people actually could tell lies with figures. Statistics doesn't lie, but people could manipulate statistics and manipulate it for their own personal interests. I did a report just yesterday that I sent to somewhere in Nigeria. I'm not going to mention for security reasons, personal reasons, about some certain macroeconomic data, some certain macroeconomic indicators, and in particular, unemployment. And I did say, because that report is actually going to leave this country, to the United States soon, that for the most part, sometimes when we put out some of this data, they could have some political undertones. So it will not be fair for me to just, say, okay, this is good, but also not come to terms with the fact that some data sometimes are put out there to have political undertones. For instance, I was shocked when the unemployment data was released, and I was told that the unemployment data in Nigeria is presently 4% or 5%. There is no way I will be doing a research or having a conversation with anybody and tell anybody that the unemployment rate in Nigeria is 5%. But when you look at the factors, the economics, the dynamics of rebasing that particular macroeconomic indicator, you may, for instance, want to agree that it's actually 5%. Because people are engaged. You may not say because people don't have, white collar jobs, or people are not going to one place in the morning that is the office to work. You will not now say they are not unemployed when they're actually operating POSs, or when they're actually, going up and down, doing makeup for people, polishing nails for people, and earning a decent living and a decent wage. But we must address the issue of public trust in government statistics and the timing when such statistics should actually be put out, and the management of such statistics. So you have taken the words out of my mouth. There is nobody now that is enlightened enough to understand what the challenges are, where we were before 2023 and where we are now. Who would not look at this data and thumb their nose and say, there we go again. This data cannot be trusted, and this data, even where it is making sense, may not actually translate into improvements. But it's also important that I say that with this data and with what is expected, with the shift in strategic policies, there are some segments, some sectors, some goods, some services will be positively affected by this new data. And we will see, hopefully by the second quarter, when we get in the second quarter, the prices of certain goods and certain services actually coming down. But much more than that, my worry is not even the trust deficit, whether it's on the part of the people, or the government, or about the government, or vice versa. My real worry is the character deficit. Will the MD out there, will the entrepreneur out there, will the small businessman out there that now knows that petrol has come down to 900 or petrol has come down to 800, will they be willing to reduce the prices? Will the cab hailing companies be willing to reduce the prices of moving from Ikeja to VI now that even transportation has been brought into the fore, and policy shifts have been made to actually affect such a sector? So we should address more the character of the Nigerian people, address more the confidence of the Nigerian people, address more the trust of the Nigerian people, so that when data like this happen and when data like this are brought to the fore, we can actually have them translate into meaningful improvements in our economic trajectory and in the subject matter being discussed, the prices of goods and services.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ken. In 2008, the United States of America experienced a financial bubble, and it had a severe effect on the populace. So because of that, in 2009, there was a policy shift. The American government actually made a law, and they call it American Reinvestment Recovery Act, which actually prompted the American government to start doling out trillions of dollars to support local and domestic businesses in order to empower the purchasing power of the man on the street, and also to provide employment. Now, by virtue of the Nigerian government rebasing the economy at this moment in time, do you see any policy shift coming from the administration? And from your own perspective, if it should come, to what section of the economy should that policy be directed?
All right. I hope I got your name right. You're Joseph. Joseph, I think. All right. What you described that took place in America, where we had, I think, the first major economic meltdown in America, which also had a global effect, a global spiraling effect. What the American government did to rescue some companies that went under, to rescue some banks that went under, in economic terms, we call it quantitative easing. Quantitative easing. So, and I think that in Nigeria, at some point in time, we've had policies aimed at certain sectors. I think in aviation, where we try to give, we find that a lot in banking, where the asset management company of Nigeria actually comes in to rescue a particular bank, to buy over liabilities, take over the bank and resell the bank to new investors. That is another form of quantitative easing. So, with where we are presently in the economy and with our economics and with our politics, and I hope you know too that the politics of the country definitely will affect the economics of that country. But I'm not going to go into that because we know that certain decisions are usually being made on the basis of where the pendulum is swinging in with respect to where the politics or where the party in power is and who has access to the party. But in the interest of social efficiency and for us to be able to pursue Pareto optimality, which will mean that we must take decisions that must affect and bring ease to at least 80% of Nigerian people, I think we should be looking at sectors like agriculture. We should be looking at sectors like agriculture. We should be looking at how we can provide more subsidies, how we can provide more incentives into the agricultural sector, and how we can expand, agric business, as it were. So there is agriculture, and there is a need to expand agric business, and there is a need to reinvest into agriculture in such a way that we move agriculture from the traditional practices that dominates about 60% of agricultural practice in Nigeria right now, and move it to more mechanized farming, so that we can boost the yields per hectare of land and we can have more to feed the Nigerian people. One critical thing that has happened with the rebasing of the purchasing price index in Nigeria, which has seen it go down, is that we have shifted from looking at inflation from food inflation now to core inflation. But does that mean that the prices of food and services will, the prices of food, for instance, will not go up? There are a lot of factors that go into it. The security factor is out there, up there in the north. The transportation factor is up there in the north. But much more than that, we need to be able to invest in that sector so that people can have more technology, leverage more on technology, leverage more on seed technology, and have more produce to be able to feed Nigerian people and depend less on exports. And of course, I should be sent to jail this morning, at least for 24 hours, if I do not mention that there should be a lot of quantitative easing in the direction of public education sector of Nigeria, the public education sector of Nigeria. A lot of Nigerian universities right now are going through a lot, especially with meeting with the bills of having to, ensure that members of the university community have enough energy to be able to carry on with the activities of teaching, of researching, and of providing hostel accommodations for their students, which are comfortable. So I would want to see a situation where the government would, address more to the Nigerian public educational system across all levels, whether it's the tertiary, especially at the tertiary level, so that we can have a lot of quantitative easing in that sector, and that will translate to more research, more innovation, more quality, based graduates, and expand the skill liquidity, expand labor market inclusiveness for our graduates, and most importantly, improve the employability of Nigerian graduates. Once we look at those two sectors, then we can begin to talk of other sectors. So for me, if you would ask me, if the president should ask me now, Kenneth, where should we direct millions of naira to ease the burden in such sectors, I would say agriculture and I would say public education. We can't go wrong with those two sectors, definitely.
Dr. Kenneth Ikewa, who is an economic and policy expert, thank you for the brilliant submissions that you've made today on the show. We'll take a break. Up next to be a discussion on the business climate in Nigeria.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the front burners, and it's been the policy discourse segment. We just had a first conversation looking at the rebasing of Nigeria's economy by the NBS. Now let's look at the business climate in Nigeria. 2025 has been projected a year of many opportunities in the business climate in Nigeria, ranging from agriculture to technology and other sectors. Now, Nigeria has been endorsed as the digital digital trade champion by the African Union. So what does this mean for technology, or let's just say the tech sector in Nigeria? We're going to begin from that techie part of the conversation. We have in the studio our guest, who is Sam Oroji, a policy and international affairs analyst. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the show.
My pleasure.
You said that I was just glowingly talking about the business climate in Nigeria, and then how 2025 has been projected to be a year of opportunities for Nigeria in agriculture and particularly in technology. Now Nigeria has been endorsed as the digital champion by the African Union to facilitate the AfCFTA digital trade protocol. If we look at Nigeria's digital economy, there are a number of jobs that could create for people. Now, what do you think are some of the issues happening within that sector that could bring about growth in this year 2025? Are there challenges? What's your take on that sector?
First, before we talk about the challenges, let's look at the prospects.
Right.
The African Union giving kudos to Nigeria in terms of how they have fared in the digital space, particularly in terms of enabling trade in Africa, is welcoming. There are challenges, particularly in terms of intra and inter-African trade. Maybe as we advance the conversation, we're able to speak to certain issues. But in terms of digital revolution, Nigeria has contributed essentially to improving on inter and intra-African trade. To that extent, I think the prospects of larger view compared to the challenges. But then there are a few challenges, and I think as the space open up, those challenges will be addressed. But in terms of policy framework in Nigeria, the digital economy is expanding exponentially, and Nigeria seems to be a greater haven in terms of how the digital transformation can help to improve on trade in Africa.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sam, for your time in the studio this morning. When you look at the Nigerian economy, you see a very large market with huge population, which should be incentive for investors. We also see that that population is also relatively very young, put at 19 years average. Cost of labor is low, as it were. And of course, the current regime also had embarked on a series of reform to really make the business environment really less challenging. What do you think are responsible for the low inflow of FDI into the country?
First and foremost, from a kind of economic indicator perspective, we'll look at some of the index you use to measure an investment-friendly nation. Number one is what we call Business Confidence Index, which look at the confidence of investor to want to put their money in a particular country. So the challenge here over time, political instability, terrorism, kidnapping are some of the factors that has affected in terms of business confidence index in attracting foreign investment on the one hand. On the other hand, you have what you call business sentiment index. What it means is that what kind of sentiment do people have to want to put money or investment in a particular country. So when you look at these various indicators in terms of productivity, in terms of profitability, in terms of inventory, how fast can you take your inventory into the marketplace? What are the consumer disposable income that can make them consume your final product? So these are some of the indicators that has affected to some extent negatively in terms of what comes in. But I think if you look at the ease of doing business index, which is another indicator, I think the government is working very hard to see how they can improve on infrastructure, security, with a view to attracting more investment. But by and large, if you look at the size of the Nigerian economy and the potential, there are a lot of investments that comes in that are not in the public space because the market is there, and you alluded to the large population on the average is about 19 years. So when you look at the cost of labor in terms of what you pay to produce SY commodity, labor is still very cheap. And I think why we may have these challenges, there are a lot of companies, particularly from the Asian world, that has invested so much in Nigeria. But I think as the government is trying to improve on some of these indicators that we just mentioned, and I think the investment portfolio in terms of whether they are capital market portfolio, whether they are direct investment into manufacturing, those elements will improve over time.
Yeah, but recently we also heard that Tony Elumelu speaking in UAE has said that there's no economy that has a higher yield and return than Nigeria as it is, or indeed Africa, as all the growth indicators shows that Africa is actually should be the bride of investor. And he also alluded to the fact that people also talk about the challenge of security in Nigeria, for example. And he said there are nations that are even more unsecure than Nigeria. Take, for example, the level of killings if you go to South Africa, if you go, for example, to some part of Europe and even in America, that is high level of insecurity beyond sentiment. And here's some other things that you feel we should do better in terms of actually selling ourselves to the world. Because profit is here, opportunities are here. Why are people not coming in their droves?
I think from the perspective of international communication or strategic communication, what is key is the media that has the responsibility to set agenda for a country. And I think with the narration we have in the media space, if you do a media scanning analysis, I think the reportage essentially has been more of negative reportage, and that has negative implication for investment. Therefore, going forward, what do we think that will enable Nigeria in particular and Africa is to see how we change this narrative rather than this adversarial reportage that is in the media space. We need to report the opportunities, the prospects. There are always challenges. There's insecurity challenges elsewhere, like you mentioned, particularly South Africa. So Nigeria case is not as negative as that, but when your media projection is essentially about negative reportage, it equally has a negative impact on foreign direct investment. Even local investors may be afraid to move to certain area to put their investment. Therefore, what is key, how do we manage our media posturing for investment opportunity? Two, the government media bulwark must equally change in a way that it doesn't become a reactive media. They should communicate strategically and with a view to positioning the investment opportunity that abound in Nigeria so that we can have more investment portfolio that will stimulate employment. And once there's employment, that will translate to economic prosperity for the people.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I want to take you to somewhere outside technology and to an area where recently we experienced about $2.7 billion non-oil exports out of Nigeria, and that's agriculture. And people are beginning to wonder, before the advent of crude oil, agriculture used to be the mainstay of our economy. And now, since the discovery of oil, the political elite turned away from it. We are yet to recover from it. What are the business opportunities that are currently available and the organizations that should be pushing for new policy framework and the kind of policy that the government should make for us to, go back to those good old days so that the agenda of diversifying the Nigerian economy can be achieved?
I think for me, what is important is that at the continental level, the African Free Trade Agreement or area has the potential to unleash a lot of development, particularly from agriculture. If you look at the value chain of agriculture, there's so much potential in that sector. And I think the government is making so much investment where you can get item from the farm gate to the marketplace. So agriculture has a lot of potential. We need to invest, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement or area has a big market of over 1.3 billion people in Africa. And if you look at the trade facilitation agreement, particularly within that, where you can even get your payment in your local currencies, that protect a lot of opportunity to develop that sector. So in terms of potential, agriculture still remains the mainstay of Africa. So we need to put more investment. We need to focus immediate attention and look at the various value chain from the farm gate to the consumer or to the marketplace. To what extent can we grow that sector? so that we can create employment for the youth in particular. And like I said earlier, improve on the economic prosperity of the average citizen.
Let's look at the role of the free trade zones in facilitating export. So recently, the managing director of the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, NEFZA, Dr. Olufemi Ogunyemi, in an interview, was talking about how 20 out of the over 50 free trade zones in the country have not been operational, but NEFZA plans to revitalize them. And he talked about how they are not necessarily free trade zones because the operators there still need to pay for certain duties, but we call them like special economic zones. Now, what's the role of these special economic zones in facilitating exports and even attracting investors?
Essentially, free trade zones are supposed to be stimulant in terms of giving what we call tax haven to manufacturer where they bring their investment. So they go into a free zone where they are exempted from some tariff payment for a period of time so that they can incubate on whatever they are doing. So the idea normally is to stimulate economic growth, stimulate trade in the economy. So I think the government, after creating those zones, have not done sufficient marketing to encourage people to take advantage of those trade zones that will stimulate the economy. So I'm happy that the Export Processing Commission or agency is looking in that direction to stimulate the over 50 trade zones so that they can incubate more businesses. They have some tariff exemption for a period of time. It's not that they won't pay for certain things, but they are exempted to stimulate trade. To that extent, therefore, it's important that government can look inward into stimulating those. Some of them were created in terms of the infrastructure in those zones. They are not up to speed yet, so government should do more investment so that they can attract more people into those zones so that we can stimulate economic growth.
Okay, looking at the level of poverty, because a lot of people also have argued that while we're moving around and shopping for foreign direct investment, but the local companies that are home are not able to do business, and some of them are also folding up on a daily basis, thus creating more unemployment within the system. Now, what role of poverty in the middle of a reform to transition to a prosperous economy?
I think for me, when you use the concept of poverty, I would like to look at it from a multidimensional poverty level where we can consider other indicators. I think essentially one of the major challenges here is what I call the poverty of the mind, because the potentials are there, but everybody wants the white-collar job, want to be in the city, wearing ties just like the way I'm dressed, and some potentials in the blue economy, blue-collar job are there. But the government must find a way to improve on the window of opportunity where they can move people from poverty. This conditional cash transfer not really making so much impact. So what I think the investment should be to create space, particularly agriculture, where people can go back to the farm, and that will, to a very large extent, reduce the poverty level, and that can scale up in terms of reducing poverty, as it were. But what is key, once people don't want to expand the scope of their mind in terms of thinking, particularly in terms of opportunity, everybody wants to move to the other side, the concept of trying to migrate to other areas.
Let me put my more flesh into my question. We have seen energy increase, for example. And of course, this also will lead to increase in prices of goods and services. And the buying power, even of those who are doing white-collar job, is also declining. Recently, I think it was during the December-November period, that we even saw people who were selling yam, and for the first time, they were cutting them in pieces because people could not afford the tuber. What exactly do you think is possible to be done so that even with the reforms that are supposed to generate that economic activity, that in the short run is able to sustain the price hike for goods and services?
I think earlier we spoke briefly about ease of doing business. And the challenge here is labor costs, energy costs, infrastructure costs, cost of moving goods from one point to the other has become very expensive. Therefore, for us to improve in terms of providing livelihood, the government must improve on infrastructure, particularly in terms of energy, where the cost of energy has gone so high, even at the domestic level. I know how much increment in terms of energy consumption at the domestic level in the last 4 months, I think is killing. Not to talk about the private sector. The Manufacturing Association of Nigeria in the last 1 year has been crying the number of people that are packed up in terms of small and medium enterprise that can no longer sustain their business. So we need to improve on the cost of energy. The government needs to make massive investment in terms of how we can bring the cost of energy down. Then two, the disposable income, like you mentioned, can no longer sustain people to the market. Therefore, it has negative impact even in manufacturing. Some are already packing their load to some other places where they think the cost of energy is relatively priced so that they can invest in those areas. So for the government to not just rebasing whatever inflation rate or whatever it's called, is what is the impact on the livelihood of citizens. So the investment must be made in infrastructure so that once those investments are made, then more companies will be competitive in terms of how they do business so that we can put more people into the net in terms of productivity. And once that translates into profitability, the government will equally earn reasonable taxes, which should translate into more projects for development.
Let's also look at the role of regulation towards enhancing business, ease of doing business in Nigeria, and policies that are being made. What should we be looking at this year to ensure that businesses are not stifled?
Number one, the parameters for doing business, and there's a unit within the presidency that is responsible for ease of doing business. Therefore, cost of registration of businesses, how businesses can repatriate their funds back when they bring direct investment are critical. The multiple taxation has been handled to a very large extent where the Oyedele committee has bridged the gap in terms of the multiple taxation. So once we're able to translate this policy framework into reality, then that will translate into ease of doing business, particularly for manufacturing. And that, again, will translate to a larger dividend of democracy, as it's always called, in a way that it can impact on the citizen.
All right, thank you so much, Sam Maruji, Policy and International Affairs Analyst, here in the studio talking with us about the business climate in Nigeria. You've seen that there are several investment opportunities in Nigeria. And if we talk about the challenges, we could say compared to the rate of return on investment, maybe we could say that's minimal or close to minimal. If you have a continent where the rate of loss is put at 1.17%, as against where you get another continent 14%, what would you call that? You would say the benefits far more outweigh the challenges. Thank you again for your time with us on the show.
Thank you.
It will be time for us to hear from you after this break on Posts and Perspectives.
just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Yes, when we talk on this side, we also give you the chance to add your voice to the conversation so it can be all-inclusive. We talked about the drop in the price of staple food in the month of January in markets in Lagos here, and we want you to also tell us what it is where you reside. And on that issue, we have response from a lot of people. We'll take a few comments from online responses, and Mayowa David says, I was saying this last week or so, soups that I used 25k to cook is now being cooked with just 10k. I should not lie, most food prices are now the prices they were in 2022. And Mayowa, I think we should visit your house since you cook soup with a lot of money. We can just visit your fridge and help you keep some. So, Voluation 1 says, it's a big relief to see food prices coming down. We already survived 2 cancers of PMS and forex subsidy. Surely reforming is working and Nigeria shall be great. Rice dropping from 100k to below 70k is a huge difference. Yes, I agree. That 100k to 70k is a huge difference. So maybe those who have who earn minimum wage of 70k can now buy with 1 month's wage. But I would wait for Doc and Pray to react to that. I'll take 2 more comments on the drop in prices of staple food in the month of January in Lagos, Nigeria. maybe some other parts of Nigeria. So Ibukunluwa says cooking oil is still being sold for 25k for 5 liters from barely 7k in 2023. In almost 2 years, there's absolutely no product that is not being sold for more than 100% price increase since 2023. The good thing about bad governance is that those unsolicited slaves that support it openly will also bear the brunt in their closets. We're past the era of slave trade, and we cannot refer to whatever is going on in Nigeria as slave trade. But again, that's the opinion of someone, Ibukunluwa, but I think you should not use the word slaves to refer to your fellow compatriots. However, the difference of opinion may be. But looking at the issue of the fall in price of staple food, someone said she used soup to make for 25k. She now makes them for 10k. That's a lot of difference. And the bag of rice reducing from 100k to 70k. Now, if you're wondering what the K is about, talking about 70,000 naira or 100,000 naira. So whenever you hear K, just know that is in thousands.
I think there's no how to not be reflective. Because if you had gone to the market in December to buy onions, I knew my wife complained a lot. So one ball of onion was as expensive. And she told me what she used to buy like a bowl, she was buying only 2 pieces of onion at that rate. And when you go back to the market today and you see what the onion is selling, you will see that there's some drop in price. And of course, I am not surprised that for my the cost of cooking a pot of soup had dropped drastically, because tomatoes, you have plenty of it in the market now, and it's not selling as expensive as it was during the season. That said, is also to see how people reflect changes that are happening in the economy. Recently, we saw that prices of even cooking gas also dropped a little, though not too significant. Pump price of petrol also dropped from 970 to 945. All these are having implication, and I think that is why a lot of people feel the reform is working. But I think for me, it is too early in the life of the reform for us to actually judge its effectiveness. Because every policy has a life cycle, and it is until the life cycle of that policy is concluded that you can actually say that we have had the desired input. But like Mr. Oji said while he was in studio a while ago, the link to increase productive activity within the environment is quite important, because all these things we talk about, they all respond to the law of demand and supply.
Okay, so let's get on now to the rebasing of the Nigerian economy. And on that, Ama Anya says, when you need too many words to explain something, you should know you're on the wrong side. The job of the NBS is to provide data to inform government policy making. You don't have to sugarcoat it, saying unemployment is 4% gives false sense of hope. Same as this new inflation thing. And another comment from Akintunde Babatunde says, so Nigeria's inflation miraculously dropped from 40% to 24% overnight, not because prices went down, but because the government changed formula. Rebasing changes how inflation is measured, not the reality of rising food, rent, and transport costs. If your wallet still feels the heat, you are not imagining it. This is statistical. Okay, this is statistical abracadabra, not economic relief. They are not fighting inflation. They are fighting the numbers. Don't let them gaslight you. That's what Akintunde says. And one final comment on that, not rebasing an economy, especially after significant devaluation of the currency, is not a hallmark of a good leader. In fact, It is tantamount to running an economy on vague terms, especially when the last rebasing was done almost 10 years ago. Pri, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the few persons who made the speech, the persons who made this allusions, I think they are in the right track, because so that politicians and political stalwarts will not begin to peddle this as, you see, the government is doing well. The government said in 2025 it's going to reduce the rate of inflation from 36% thereabout to 15%, and now we are in 24%. You see, the government has decided there. No, it doesn't mean actually, because the economy so we should not look at it to judge that way. And I don't think the government has actually come out to say we have actually reduced inflation to 24%. This 24% is just as a result of the rebasing of the economy by the NBS, the National Bureau of Statistics. So we must be very, very clear about that. And if we eventually get to 15% of the economy, for inflation, it should not also be seen that it drastically dropped from 30 or 40% to 15%. We can be saying probably it went from the rebased amount to the actual amount. So at the moment, we still keep our fingers crossed. We cannot rush to say the government is achieving anything laudable at the moment with regards to the economy, except we have actually experienced. Our pockets can now sing that song, and the purchasing power of the man on the streets, can actually even tell that story.
Doc.
Yeah, I was just going to respond, but I think it was just natural, because if you have looked at the parameters upon which these comparisons have been done, especially when you take it from 2009 and look at what has happened in terms of the pricing of FX, in terms of the pricing of energy, in terms of the pricing of petroleum products, you will discover that it will be erroneous for us to be having inflation. We have had a COVID that spanned for almost 2 or 3 years. And from COVID, now we're also seeing a reform that has changed the prices of things. And I think it was just natural to use a new baseline in determining what the real size of the inflation is. And for this other person who talked about the unemployment rate in Nigeria, yes, people may not be employed in the bank or employed in government, but a lot of people are doing a lot of informal things that are putting money in their pockets that, of course, people are not taking for employment. What gives you money is what employs you. And to that extent, and I still feel that employment figure in Nigeria is not as high as 5%. If we're to look at it, that a lot of people who are in the informal sector, who are trading on a daily basis, who are selling things, some are doing crypto and they are earning money and they are not accounting for it. All these things are employment, and people are not talking about it.
These days we have a lot of persons, when you ask, are you employed? Many people will still say self-employed or CEOs. So I think that we need to begin to take account of every sector of the economy so that we can actually understand what's going on in the economy. But we'll make room now for sports, as Souq's John Rogers is in the tracksuit. Where he wants to run to, I do not know, but when you see him, you may ask him, as we'll bring you now to Souq Sports. Let's go over to Souq's John Rogers. Hello, Souq's. Where are you running to?
Hello and welcome to the sunny side of sports. Here is all about money, business, who is making it and who is about to make it. This is Souq News and we are live on Souq Sport on the front burners. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. So first we go to the Greeks, those people that invented the Olympics. Now let's tell you something. For those that are still wondering, the league there, they have decided to propose something central when it comes to their right. The big boys, that's AEK, Athens, and Panathinaikos, two of these Greek Super League leading clubs have come forward and they have told the FA, we have to make alternative proposal for central management of domestic media right sales. I'm blinking my eyes and shaking my head. Now, when will we start seeing African nations come in and be part of these decisions? Now, we will get more of this particular story as it unfolds. For those that are wondering what it entails now, conventional media has moved away from the regular kind of broadcasting. We are seeing streaming services. We are seeing pay-as-you-go services. We are seeing everybody moving around with phones and money is being made by the minute when it comes to broadcasting. Now clubs are latching and making millions, some billions. And Greek football clubs are not going to be left out of it. So Africa, we always say, let's learn, let's learn. Let's get to what's happening at the Champions League. Congratulations, Arsenal. Not because you're winning or because you won, but because the Champions League has driven Arsenal's record revenue high. Now Arsenal announced a record turnover of 616.6 million. Let it sink in again. 616.6 million for the 2023-24 financial year. Now this large increase is all because they are in the Champions League. So you see what playing in that particular league can do to you. Now let's look at those that are not there anymore. Good performance also in the Premiership, so kudos to Arsenal. Sadly, City were beaten yesterday. We are still looking for their flight. They're gone. Real Madrid decided to beat them home and away. They were not fair. So as we speak, Liverpool, Arsenal, and one beautiful certain club, Aston Villa, they are the big boys now from the Premiership, still playing the Champions League. So Man City, Man U, Chelsea, and the like, Souq, Otilo, they are gone. Premier League, APT sponsorship rules void. And now let me explain this. An independent tribunal has ruled that the Premier League Association Party Transaction Regulations governing sponsorship deals between 2021 and 2024 to be void and unenforceable. Some of you will be thinking, where is this coming from? All this cooking up is happening because of the financial play charges around Man City and some other clubs. Now, if you remember, Everton paid for theirs, Leicester paid for theirs. Now, what is happening with Man City, we don't know. We await this particular ruling and how much it's going to cost. Both club and the EPL will wait to see. Now, let's get to sponsorship. Sun, if you know them, that's our big major conglomerate, basketball. They are eyeing fee uplift in new arena sponsorship search. The NPA's Phoenix Suns and their women part, that's the WNPA, Phoenix Mercury, they are out in the market and they are looking for new stadium naming sponsor. Why? Because the guy that was there before decided to downgrade from $9 million per annum. Now, this particular deal is covering the home arena, and they are not taking it lightly. They are seeking new sponsors. So if you have the money and you want to go sponsor and be the name owner, right, of the Suns Stadia, both for the male and the female, hands up, we will broker the deal. Also, Macron expands cricket remit to South Africa. Now, this is what's happening business-wise in Africa. Where is the money being made? Macron, for those that you know them, they have strengthened its investment in cricket with a 5-year deal to manufacture kits for Cricket South Africa. Congratulations to them. Now they are replacing their fellow Italian firm Lotto. So Lotto is leaving, Macron is coming in. Then for EPL, in front, they are retaining their EPL sub-Saharan right. You see what's happening? Right. right, all across the place. Now, by the time you put this on paper, this right translates to money, this money translates to region, this region translates to bank, and countries and companies are making a whole lot of profit. Infront will continue to sell free-to-air media rights to English Premier League in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria inclusive, for 3 more seasons. And this has also added FA Cup rights in the region. Now, don't be discouraged. Free-to-air does not mean that there is no profit involved. There are other channels where they make direct profit. So no subscription doesn't mean that it's free in Freetown. For everyone that is still wondering why and what and when we'll start hearing about this kind of monies in Nigeria and African clubs, talk to those managing the sport around there. My name is Souq, Joruja Souq. I'll hand you back to the team of front burners. We'll do this again tomorrow. Bye.
Very interesting word there when you think about what's happening in the UEFA Champions League and Premiership, and also monies that clubs are making. It's a lot of money that Arsenal has made there. £660 million. Well, I'm doing the calculation in my head, converting that to naira.
616 million pounds.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Yes, I want to see that in Delta State, most especially in Warri Wolf. Maybe they can have that kind of financial chest so they can buy players from across the world too to come feature in the Nigerian Premier League.
Yeah, I think we also have a role to play to ensure that we are watching, because when there's a lot of attention on the local leagues, it will thrive, it will gain more sponsorship, and then the players can be earning a lot. But if you and I are only watching Arsenal, Manchester, and we're saying we're fans of these foreign clubs, so the local leagues will die off.
You come and tell us about how much is going through the Nigerian Premier League, so that we can know how the local league is also, affecting some form of business.
Well, tomorrow is Friday. Chooks may just decide to do home stuff. Let's talk from home. Charity the same begins at home. Adjust your right. Well, what I'm wearing looks like the color of Arsenal. Send something to your fan over here. I am Blessing H, and that's the show today from Dark.
Bye from here. See you tomorrow, God willing.
Priya Krumale.
And I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. See you tomorrow. It's going to be Friday and it's going to be nice.
You need to watch out for tomorrow's show. It's going to be a wonderful one. The show begins 7 a.m. West African time. Until then, ensure that you stay and spend your day with Souq News TV.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas, and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious I was prepared as this. We used to script married. I that to get team of we are and school mango play during break time, and in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on got from there, and most it was to proceed But time came back. You it now be persons for them to my she it is from you when and because it's like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches and is fun. Was you can just live the way you want. And values of life to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. it's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added for you life. You have the opportunities of who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. Thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No, I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, people spend can't be don't in how you can even of you those that when the other Ali eating can you and we do a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But in the life. I mean, do perfect. It's a for out all over till better hours to make scapegoat lamb. And please, women, when they proud, other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't. the chance to get to the top. So you manage, you know. Chauvinism, a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.1% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. think that's in the pipeline. You don't have to, I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about, the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. The tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. the way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they will tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Bini won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then, was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, what, all the, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was a normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give flask end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Nadir. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, Are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design group is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that one. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody is happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street. His birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. It didn't used to be. There were a few people who come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had funds to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and profiling solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solution to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. The last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. The discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. The root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. The electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lend them money for 5 years or, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960 something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. We're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are built, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way live that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. So if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. Initially, NDPAC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPAC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPAC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPAC. It's like LNG. LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. We were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." the problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities. Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. the exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there is nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened. The Naira float. The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds. Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is Souq exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Olado Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Pega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artist, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George, what a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. And when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy. Very shy.
Strange.
Yes. And you'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes. Oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had. And unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel he's alive
still
again.
alive and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
You-
That sort of so being walk, and she's involved at the moment, and she said, "Oh, hello. What are you here for?" And I said, "Oh, I just London." And talking to people like that, you realize that we're all human. We're all giving gifts. It's the it's around everything. So I think to give hello in here. Just connect to the beam. So little things like you whatever the
get to I mean, now being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot. That when your bit, how do you think it has also helped order artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet. It's improving. Time of his father, Hope Harriman, Nigeria, and was Benny Harriman. They were land property development well in Lagos. Miss San had a to David Oyelowo. He was a the I will to me. I'm on my ethnic one in the UK on that work a talent that and it's still I've played my this been step back
If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have as a because I think I was a young child. Then that's we're boom.
First,
yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yes.
This is your home. No one should ask you why are you here. But I want to ask, what's up this time?
Essentially, my food and drink festival, and basically the person that I came with yesterday, Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos, and we came over with Tom Parker, who's son of Queen Camilla, and we all flew right, and George Michael. I met him because he was a friend. George Michael here for and they have other people attend like the show. And yeah, very much. And
Event.
Okay.
But I'll leave you. Parker ball. So being a
yes,
that's not very common. Now, how do you become a critic? You've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of the food. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with stuff like that, where are you coming from?
Yeah.
Working with those in music.
Yeah.
It's different.
It's still in England popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of you're a chef per se, like you're an editor, you know, like restaurants. For example, restaurants like Christian food. I've really admired is that these and you can pull up food right for magazine or write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria it's not so common, but it's very lucrative.
I think a Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews. It's going to do for Nigerian food. Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof, just what it is. But there are kinds of food that will be sampled.
Fortunately, they don't have back. The development of the aspirations of business mind. Just good, can't imagine that. You say you have buildings, people food, and realize back Nigeria, then England, the fact that we to do it. Now, what I'm really is you know, Nigerians who want it's for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come, but people who can't come, people like him, food back, been gives us in business, it gives us opportunities, and our voice. Say
your first is for entertainment. Now, A-list artists that are known worldwide, they have managers, some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists, do you think they need to know their career?
Realize some so people less but what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different lives. The people as to aspire to do better. Use the talent that they have. 20. Use it as a platform to inspire people.
And enough you inspiring a lot of young people watching TV because this is what
Yes.
changing the narrative, inspiring people to be better.
Definitely. There's, like I said, with me, I could call the Hill Society. I won the Michael they're trying diversity aware, and I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where taking that. That's the one. Get involved with things and work teams and everything. Work and new TV shows. Get involved as well. Right.
That's what you here for being here
Thank
today.
you so much.
That's you. And about Yusuf, we've been talking with I'd like to add thee to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. JJ Mega, because this woman is awesome, trust me. Dull moment talking. So, AG, thank you for watching.
About AI, including data compliance, lawyer, for lawyer as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications. AI radically change the constitution to allow to stand in court widely online. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic existing one, AI replicate AI lack not engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgments. According to experts, systems built for the legal are designed to human, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, documents, flags. However, human system language models can sometimes be constantly, despite the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more high.
Thank you for joining us here on the Media News on Souq News Television. I am Tim Tope Omole. First, the headlines. Stocks gained 505 billion naira after 0.87% increase in all-share index. National Assembly takes steps to invest in the capital markets. Broad money supply increased to 110.98 trillion naira in January. Nigeria targets revival of dormant cocoa factory for job creation. Thank you for joining us. We'll bring you the details shortly. We begin from home front, where the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, has said the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfTA, digital trade protocol aims to increase intra-African trade from 18% in 2022 to 50% by year 2023. The Vice President, who stated this at the AfTA Digital Trade Workshop and Global Markets in Abuja, highlighted Nigeria's advancements in digital commerce, services, and innovation, which have positioned the country as Africa's digital trade hub. Represented by the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, Shettima said Nigeria's innovations in mobile payments have transformed cross-border payments, financial inclusion, and digital transactions across the continent. He also noted that the internet economy is projected to contribute to 5.2% of Africa's gross domestic product this year, saying the digital trade platforms have eliminated trade barriers, allowing businesses both large and small to participate in both regional and global markets like never before. Still in Nigeria, the National Assembly has passed the Investments and Securities Bill ISB 2024 as part of measures to strengthen the Nigerian capital markets. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Capital Market, Osita Isunaso, made the announcement during the Securities and Exchange Commission's budget defense in Abuja. The ISB is expected to provide a framework that will enhance the efficiency and growth of the capital markets, making it more attractive to both local and foreign investors. This bill also aims to address various challenges in the market, including market integrity and investor protection, with a provision to ensure more robust regulation. Isunaso affirmed that the bill has been transmitted to President Bola Tinubu for assent, with lawmakers hopeful that the president will sign it into law within the next 30 days. The committee had also directed the Minister of Finance to include a special fund of 10 billion naira for investor education in the capital markets as part of the 2025 budget. Nigeria's broad money supply rose to 110.98 trillion naira in January this year, representing a 17.3% year-on-year increase from 94.61 trillion naira recorded in January 2024. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary and Credit Statistics, the increase highlights a growing liquidity trend in the country, attributed to a surge in both net foreign assets and net domestic assets. This comes as the CBN's Monetary Policy Committee convenes this week to decide on the country's interest rates amid mounting inflationary concerns. Nigeria's net foreign assets also rose to 35.39 trillion naira in January, representing a 19% year-on-year increase from 29.73 trillion naira recorded in January 2024. Despite this increase, the CBN did not provide figures for December 2024, creating a gap in assessing monetary movements during the peak holiday spending season. The Nigerian exchange rebounded at the close of market yesterday as investors gained 505 billion naira following a 0.87% surge in the all-share index, which closed at 108.60951 points. The recovery also pushed market capitalization to 67.8 trillion naira as gains were driven by BUA Foods, RT Briscoe, and Itana. Among other top performers, despite the market's recovery, some stocks recorded losses as University Press led the losers chart with a 9.8% decline to close at 4.60 naira per share. Trading activity also declined compared with the previous session as investors exchanged 343.7 million shares valued at 8.63 billion naira in 12,970 deals, reflecting a 16% drop in volume, a 23% decline in turnover, and an 8% reduction in deals. The federal government has announced plans to transition most electricity consumers to Band A, guaranteeing them at least 20 hours of daily power supply. This move aligns with ongoing sector reforms aimed at improving service delivery, increasing metering coverage, and enhancing cash flow for electricity distribution companies. Special Advisor to the President on Energy, Olu Virgin, emphasized that these interventions would boost reliability, investment, and access to power for businesses and households across the country. In a significant development, the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, revealed that the nation achieved a new peak power generation of 5,543.20 megawatts, surpassing the previous record set a day earlier. Additionally, maximum daily energy distribution reached 125,159.48 megawatt hours, marking a historic milestone in Nigeria's electricity sector. The TCN confirmed that the generated power was successfully transmitted to distribution companies, ensuring improved supply to consumers. Despite this progress, Virgin acknowledged the financial challenges in the power sector, particularly the liquidity crisis affecting gas suppliers and generation companies, stressing the need for better cash flow management to sustain energy supply and diversify gas utilization beyond electricity generation. Federal government says local refineries not meeting 50% of fuel demand. We take a break and return with more stories. Please stay with us. Was that a part of it? Thank you for staying tuned. And the federal government has disclosed that despite a combined refining capacity of 985,000 barrels per day, Nigeria's 3 operational refineries supply less than 50% of the country's daily petrol consumption. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, revealed that Nigerians currently consume 50 million liters of petrol daily, with a shortfall met through imports. NMDPRA CEO Farouk Ahmed stated this at a press conference in Abuja, clarifying that while refineries such as the 650,000 barrel per day Dangote facility and the recently revived state-owned Port Harcourt and Warri refineries are in operation, their output remains insufficient. Ahmed emphasized that no domestic refinery owners have imported petrol in 2025, making Nigeria heavily reliant on foreign supplies. However, he reassured that all imported petroleum products meet regulatory standards. The government stance highlights ongoing challenges in achieving full self-sufficiency despite major investments in domestic refining capacity. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, is investigating over 19.7 million dormant bank accounts. According to data from the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIBSS, the number of inactive accounts surged throughout 2024, prompting new CBN regulations requiring commercial banks to disclose details of dormant accounts. This directive aims to enhance transparency and return unclaimed funds to rightful owners, as concerns grow over fraud risk linked to idle accounts. Following the policy, many bank customers rushed to reactivate their accounts. NIBSS data shows that despite a peak of 20.57 million dormant accounts in mid-2024, The figure dropped after CBN's intervention but continued fluctuating. Meanwhile, closed accounts rose to 25.48 million, while active accounts grew significantly, reaching 311.65 million in December. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso emphasized that the move safeguards funds and ensures financial security, as unclaimed balances may be invested in government securities until their rightful owners reclaim them. Still in banking matters, banking experts and shareholders have expressed strong support for the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN directive requiring bank directors with non-performing insider-related loans to resign immediately. The directive issued by the Acting Director of Banking Supervision, Dr. Adetono Adedeji, mandates compliance with credit limits under the Banking and Other Financial Institutions Act BOFIA 2020. It also instructs banks to recover outstanding debts by seizing collaterals and liquidating the shareholdings of affected directors. Experts like former Zenith Bank Chief Economist Marcel Okeke and ex-CIBN President Professor Segun Ajibola emphasized that insider abuse has weakened corporate governance in banks, making this move necessary. Shareholder groups, including the Independent Shareholders Association of Nigeria and the Pragmatic Shareholders Association, also praised the CBN's decision, saying it will reduce bad loans and protect investors' interests. With this directive, the CBN aims to enhance financial stability and accountability in Nigeria's banking sector. Away from that, we move to Microsoft, where an announcement has been made about its plans to accelerate artificial intelligence AI skill development for 1 million Nigerians over the course of 2 years. They also mentioned their plans to invest $1 million in this project, aiming to foster digital innovation and economic empowerment. Microsoft Country Manager for Nigeria, Mr. Ola Williams, on behalf of Microsoft, stated the project plans on Wednesday 19th during the launch of the Microsoft AI Tour in Lagos. He reiterated on Microsoft plans, describing it as a strategic investment that would ensure Nigerians have access to critical skills needed to develop cutting-edge solutions, as well as build AI-driven businesses that would provide sustainable livelihoods. Lagos says Nigeria is well positioned as the West African trade hub. We'll get into that shortly after this break. Don't go away. Thanks for staying with us. It's still the midday news here on Souq News Television. The Lagos State government says Nigeria is well positioned as the West African trade hub with the introduction of the Authorized Economic Operator AEO by the Nigeria Customs Service. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who stated this at the official launch of the AEO program in Lagos, explained that by creating a more predictable, efficient, and secure trading environment, the program will attract both local and foreign investors, drive economic diversification, and sustainable growth. Represented by the Lagos State Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose, Sanwo-Olu emphasized that the AEO program stands as a pivotal initiative that will boost the nation's revenue and solidify Nigeria's position as the preferred trade hub in West Africa. The Lagos State Governor further expressed the commitment of his administration to the successful implementation of the AEO program, calling it nothing short of a game changer for trade and security. Still in the center of excellence, the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service LIRS has achieved a historic milestone by surpassing the 1 trillion naira revenue mark, making it the first sub-national revenue agency in Nigeria to reach this feat. Lawmakers in Lagos State have commended the agency's leadership under its executive chairman, Mr. Ayodele Subair, for its strategic approach to take administration and revenue generation to greater heights. In a formal letter of commendation, Honorable Said, representing Koshofetu constituency, extended congratulations to Mr. Sibe and his team, affirming the Lagos State House of Assembly support for LIRS's initiatives. In separate remarks, former chairman of the House Committees on Economic Planning and Budgeting, Lukman Olumo, and Finance, Femi Sahid, praised LIRS for setting a benchmark in financial efficiency and transparency. Honorable Olumo, representing Ajeromi Felodun Constituency 1, described the achievements as a reflection of the agency's dedication, expertise, and innovative approach to tax collection. Highlighting the agency's well-structured operational environment and forward-thinking leadership, he emphasized that the Lagos State government has the capacity to generate even higher revenue in the coming years without placing undue financial strain on residents. As the agency sets a new revenue target of 1.4 trillion naira for 2025, lawmakers have expressed confidence in its ability to surpass expectations, especially with ongoing tax reforms at the federal level aimed at improving compliance and broadening the revenue base. The Nigeria's Governors Forum (NGF) has emphasized the need to deepen cooperation with the United States of America on economic development, governance, and health. In a communique issued after the forum's meeting in Abuja, NGF Chairman and Kwara State Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak reaffirmed the governor's commitment to working with state legislatures to promote governance reforms and ensure effective policy implementation at a subnational level. Abdul Razak explained that the NGF had an engagement with the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria on renewed and dynamic partnership between the U.S. and Nigeria, emphasizing on a shift from a donor-recipient model to one of mutual collaboration. He said the U.S. envoy outlined areas such as trade and enhancement, improved business development to attract investments. The NGF therefore reaffirmed its commitment to driving the desired progress needed to advance governance reforms while ensuring the promotion of transparency and accountability in governance. We head now to the northern part of the country where the Bauchi state government has reaffirmed its commitment to tackling flooding ahead of the rainy season. During a stakeholders meeting on disaster management, Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, Ajara Warika, emphasized the need for proactive and preventive measures to protect communities. With 16 local government areas affected by floods in 2024, officials highlighted strategies for mitigation, preparedness, and emergency response. The meeting focused on building resilience, improving evacuation plans, and fostering collaboration between government agencies and local communities. The Northeast Development Commission pledged support for disaster management efforts, ensuring swift responses to future incidents. Stakeholders stressed that community-driven solutions are crucial in reducing flood risks and safeguarding lives and livelihoods. And in Castina, UNICEF and Gavi have handed over $8.5 million worth of primary health facilities to the Castina state government, strengthening healthcare access for communities. This milestone aims to enhance material and child health services, ensuring better medical care for vulnerable populations. At the handover ceremony, UNICEF and Gavi officials emphasized the importance of quality healthcare infrastructure in addressing preventable diseases. Castina state officials praised the initiative, noting that the new facilities would ease pressure on existing hospitals and improve service delivery. Beyond infrastructure, the partnership will expand immunization coverage and train healthcare workers. This initiative aligns with national health goals, promising long-term benefits for residents of Castina states. And finally, from the ever-exciting world of sports, the NPFL midweek games played and there are 2 games left. Please stay for the rest of the story.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources,
Thanks for staying with us. And following the results of the midweek Nigeria Premier Football League MPFL games, which were played on Wednesday, 19 El Kanemi Warriors versus Bendel Insurance was the first scheduled game of the day as they played a goalless draw. There were a series of games afterwards played at 4 p.m. local time. Aqua United drew 1-1 against Rivers United. Abia Warriors defeated Rangers International 1-0 at home from Ijoma de Souza goal in the 43rd minute of the game, and Sunshine Pillars drew 1-1 against the Kano Pillars. The remaining games of the day featured Niger Tornadoes versus Atland as Ikon Allah defeated Atland 2-1 at home in the Bako Kontagora Stadium. Bayelsa United and Nasarawa United played a 2-2 draw, and Ikorodu City defeated Plateau United 2-1. And finally, in the last game, Shooting Stars versus Lobby Stars ended in a 2-2 draw. Today at 4 p.m., Castina United will face Eimba, and at 5:30, it will be Remo Stars welcoming Kwara United at the Remo Stars Stadium. And that will be all on the Media News Television. Many thanks for watching. Remember that we're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Do well to follow us on all of these platforms. My name is Tim Tokomole. Many thanks for watching.
Ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew tree flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souq News.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains 100 after, radio, America. Every time the line. on radio. Listen to them. Anything about, you know, for 7. I had to. Also, one had to radio school and my years frustrations. And on. So we have a teacher. Arts biggest SS bicycles or whatever. So we did it. Our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. It could be a nurse, it could be a teacher, it could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have being a Pied Piper, trying to get up all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 555 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that's stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child, and I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Augi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. But I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, to shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. two black people. They didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but to make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadini was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea, because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Oweban, of course, Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radidididu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural menu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody. They will do a census. They will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. The only thing that has happened to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time, to come and man the station, because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, came and had his own first attack all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNC, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, Theatre Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. In the image of Nigeria, we come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, What's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coca. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se, that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by the new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe. She was a lady, commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into further at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Olani Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Oyekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyekon graciously offered me the title. They accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been in year 2 of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, Iti whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they are doing, or they are corrupt and they are taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed. And they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all these things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Chekori pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event made possible by the supporters club, support of the supporters club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, let it go. I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Poya chukuna gaza. Poya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Poya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanu Nwankwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. But later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And then when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waide Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashonu. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not go well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpea. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible. But it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember his name, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouze. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. The last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, GoTV. GoTV night every day, they've had about 29 GoTV sessions. You know what that means? GoTV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football? If we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training. Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 billion, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That is why we are asking that we should put more money, we should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life.
This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I've met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories: big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money, right?
I'm a people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades. despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like person want to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital, no amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, but one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that there's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AfCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Ankara is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe. Of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there, that they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Souq News TV. From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical root. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block parts. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They base on this. Buy some that can't afford this, just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
But the rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that will make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not...
not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just with some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African way. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how double the market is, there are influx of it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will say, people will say, people will say, all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you are sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you not see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. They say that it's outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. It's an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. It's an Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric. Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting two divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and
Hello and welcome. This is the news reaching you live from our studios on Souq News Television. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Now let's begin with South Africa, where President Ramaphosa has announced the postponement of South Africa's national budget presentation to March 12, 2025 due to disagreements within the ruling coalition government. This marks the first such delay since the end of apartheid 3 decades ago. The primary point of contention is a proposed 2% increase in the value-added tax intended to address funding gaps in education and support social spending. The Democratic Alliance, a key coalition partner, opposed the hike, citing concerns over its potential impact on the economy and the poor. The postponement has led to economic repercussions, including a 1% decline in the rand's value against the dollar. The delay underscores the challenges faced by the coalition government in achieving consensus on critical fiscal policies. As the new budget date approaches, the government aims to resolve internal disagreements to present a unified fiscal plan that addresses South Africa's pressing economic challenges. While the challenge remains, the nation is hosting a group of 20 foreign ministers meeting in Johannesburg. The event comes amid tensions with the United States over land reforms and South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the World Court. Now, still in South Africa, the rand gained value today after losing ground the previous day by 8:12 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. It traded at 18.49 against the dollar, up by 0.2%. The currency had weakened earlier when the government delayed the national budget due to disagreements over a proposed tax increase. Meanwhile, the country's main government bond for the year 2030 improved slightly, with its yield dropping to 9.16%. Investors are watching how the budget talks and Group of 20 meetings will affect the economy. Now, Ugandan shilling strengthened against the dollar at the close of market on Wednesday 19th, occasioned by robust inflows from offshore investors participating in Wednesday's Treasury bond action. The local currency traded at 3,670 by 3,680 levels, improving from its opening rates of 3,680 by 3,690. Money markets remained relatively tight according to Absa's market data, with overnight rates averaging 10.74%. Now, Asian Pacific markets experienced a downturn today as investors weighed President Trump's proposed tariffs on automobile chips and pharmaceutical imports, as well as the Federal Reserve potentially keeping rates higher for longer. Japan's benchmark Nikkei 225 and broader topics index ended today in negative territory for the second day, as the Nikkei 225 closed at 1.24% lower at 38,678.04, while the broader topics index dropped by 1.18% to 2,734.60. The yen rose to a more than 2-month high of 150.52 per US dollar earlier in the day amid bets of more rate hikes by the Bank of Japan this year. Now, Iraqi businesses surged by 38% leads in new firm growth at Dubai Chamber of Commerce. We'll bring you details of this and more when we return. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. Now, a recent report has shown that Iraq topped the list among top 10 nationalities in new firm registrations with the Dubai Chamber in 2024. Iraqi businesses surged by 37.8%, climbing from 1,247 in 2023 to 1,718 in 2024. In comparison, Turkish firms increased by 25.5% from 1,047 to 1,314, while British registration rose by 14.2% from 2,267 to 2,588. This robust growth highlights the strengthening of the economic ties between Iraq and the UAE, reflecting enhanced trade investment and business collaboration. The rising numbers of Iraqi companies joining the chamber underscores the growing appeal of Dubai as a hub for international business, setting the stage for further regional economic integration. Now, South Korea is set to impose tariffs on specific Chinese steel imports due to concerns over market flooding and unfair competition. The government found evidence of dumping in hot-rolled steel plates, prompting protective measures similar to those enacted by Trump's administration. This decision follows a significant increase in China's steel exports, which reached a 9-year high in 2024. The tariff aims to shield South Korea's domestic steel industry from cheaper Chinese products that could undercut local manufacturers. This move is part of a broader trend of trade protectionism as nations react to China's expanding industrial exports. The decision may escalate trade tensions between the two countries while aligning South Korea with global efforts to counter steel overproduction. Now, China has reiterated its push for negotiations with the European Union over tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles, nearly 4 months after the EU imposed import duties up to 45.3%. The tariffs followed an anti-subsidy investigation by the European Commission, which claimed Chinese firms benefited from unfair advantages such as state-backed grants and below-market costs for raw materials and production. A Chinese commercial ministry spokesman, He Yadong, emphasized that China is making efforts to engage the EU in discussions to foster bilateral investment and resolve trade frictions. In response to the EU's action, China launched its own probes into European brandy, dairy products, and pork imports. These investigations, which align with WTO rules, remain ongoing, with the anti-dumping probe into EU brandy extended until April 5th. As tensions persist, both sides face increasing pressure from industries seeking stable trade relations amid rising economic uncertainties. Now, coming up soon, President Emmanuel Macron to defend Europe's role in Russian-Ukraine war talks with President Donald Trump. Do join us again. Now, French President Emmanuel Macron is set to visit Washington next week to engage in high-level discussions with the United States President Donald Trump, focusing on Ukraine and European security. The French Ministry for European Affairs, Benjamin Haddad, confirmed that Macron will advocate for Europe's strategic interests, emphasizing that Ukraine's future must not be determined without the direct involvement of both European nations and Ukraine itself. Macron's visit highlights France's diplomatic push to ensure Europe remains a key player in negotiations regarding the ongoing war and post-war security arrangements. The visit comes at a critical time as tension persists over US-Europe alignment on Ukraine, and France has recently intensified its effort to unify Europe leaders, with Macron hosting a meeting in Paris to solidify a coordinated approach. European nations remain concerned about any potential shift in U.S. policy that could impact support for Ukraine. Macron is expected to stress the importance of sustained Western unity, particularly as debates continue over military aid, peace, negotiations, and NATO's role in the region. Now, the Trump administration is pursuing a streamlined mineral deal with Ukraine, aiming to secure U.S. access to key resources like lithium, titanium, and uranium before engaging in broader negotiations on ending the war with Russia. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky recently rejected a United States proposal offering Washington a 50% stake in Ukraine's minerals, citing concerns over sovereignty and security guarantees. However, Trump's envoy, Keith Kellogg, is in Kyiv this week to renegotiate a revised agreement. Trump has linked U.S. military aid to Ukraine with securing mineral concessions, arguing that American taxpayers should benefit from their investments. Now, still in the U.S., the state President Donald Trump has announced plans to impose new tariffs on lumber and forest products, adding them to previously targeted goods such as automobiles, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals. Speaking aboard Air Force One, Trump stated that a 25% tariffs on lumber could take effect by April 2nd, coinciding with similar duties on cars. The move is part of Trump's broader trade strategy, which recently saw a 10% tariff on all Chinese imports due to alleged failures to curb fentanyl trafficking. He also proposed a 25% tariffs on goods from Mexico and non-energy imports from Canada. Though implementation has been delayed by a month, Trump argues that these tariffs will generate substantial revenue for the United States and encourage domestic production. However, economists warn that sweeping measures could fuel inflation and disrupt global trade. Now, Portugal is expanding its economic partnership with the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia, through new co-financing initiatives. During the World Government Summit in the UAE, a Portuguese delegation engaged in key discussions on investment opportunities focusing on infrastructure, logistics, renewable energy, and the agro-industrial sector. The partnership aims to diversify Portugal's investment sources beyond Europe, with Saudi interest growing in port concessions and solar energy projects. The move underscores Portugal's strategy to attract sovereignty funds and institutional investors, ensuring long-term economic growth and global market competitiveness. And in sports, UEFA Champions League playoffs has ended as the round of 16 draws gets set to commence. Do stay with us. Now, UEFA Champions League playoff games ended on Wednesday as the last 4 series of games were played. The most notable game of the night was Real Madrid against Manchester City, played at the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. The Spanish giants dominated Manchester City to 3-1 after Kylian Mbappe scored in the 4th minute of the game. The French forward went to score the second goal, sealing Real Madrid's victory and a place into the round of 16 with a 6-3 aggregate result. On the other hand, Borussia Dortmund versus Sporting ended in a goalless draw. However, the black and yellow club progressed to the next round after winning 3-0 on aggregate. In their game in Portugal, Paris Saint-Germain fired on all cylinders after an emphatic win over Brest, demolishing the French counterpart 7-0 with 7 different players finding the back of the net. PSG guaranteed their entry into the round of 16 after winning 3-0 in the first leg, making it 10-0 on aggregate. Meanwhile, PSV secured their spot into the next round after a grueling match against Juventus. The match ended 3-1 after it entered extra time of the game, ultimately finishing 4-3 on aggregate. The round of 16 draw will take place on Friday to determine the team's opponent. And that's the world news on Souq News Television. Thank you for watching. Do remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook, Instagram, Thread, and X. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011, and they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning, but I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content this begin at the government like the about that bill has been about that but order again design control production and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina, you have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, there want joint revenue board to be on its own. Have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue, and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the joint revenue board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the joint revenue board will now be more powerful than what we know before as joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my son is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout
this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished, you may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase in VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services, no separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, You are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services, and when you stop production, you sack your employees, and then you have more people going into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people are so that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up. And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to the pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you have to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So just are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026.
From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. On 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy would be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%, 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2 over 3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1 over 3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund.
it is only NELPON that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELPON, even before transferring everything to NELPON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, University Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TELPON is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either TELPON to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for TELPON, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to TELPON, which is like reducing what TELPON is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before TELPON is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money. Do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that, that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are first to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian
my concern is about the Nigerian people. And the northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position or the worry they expressed is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have, the issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicious.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities is either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills plc, PZ Cussons plc, Nigerian Breweries plc, and United Bank for Africa plc. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank plc (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odolage, and learning which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria plc, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons plc, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a chairman and chief executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take 2, although his first appointment as executive chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001 when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries plc, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and the fan profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helms of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past President of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former President of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He has also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club. some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not so many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry, cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Molipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades. And it's in the system. You know how the line goes. When they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here and we want to really talk his life, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business. And I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff. So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff. So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obi Asika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, Culture Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? And what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I'll go back to say is that first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for Eons.
So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who's a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on. You have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content. And, and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity.
Yes.
But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. True. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to pay music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged, the creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now. We're talking 0.0001% going to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do is it just we talk about it to shed light to? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money. Right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art. Focus on the business.
On art. Sort this stuff. Get out of the fighting. The money is there. You're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars. We need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't even made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way. Me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You have
whatever
it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You have it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did. Some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it, and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa. We had, the name's going to escape me. I'm an old guy. Please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented. And we had over 500 million views of that show, right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide. And we're covered in Pulse.
Why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope is going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage, it's beautiful, it's Hollywood-esque, and...
Well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it, right? They, the VMAs
They shut it down.
or that.
All the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while. So we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. But it's a Nigerian award. What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa, right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us. Whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call, that we wanted them to feel and experience that. And that's what IO did. Right, he's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And Ayo did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years. Sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does
crucial
it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards, we just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. and we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly.
Right.
Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything.
Yep.
Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in.
Yep.
How has that helped, and how does it continue to help, or is there a roof, is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is our streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching.
Everything is going to.
We're all watching here.
True.
More as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Naija, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Yeah. Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators,
and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference